Today, we have a full commission. We went through a long hiatus where we were short one or two, but new commissioners that have been confirmed by the state senate, and we're pleased to have them here. A couple of old dogs still hanging around from early appointments, but we are sound of mind most of the time and eager to get into the agenda, so thanks for coming. Director Melcher. Oh wait, I want to say one thing. I want to thank the department. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a field trip all day yesterday that ranged from the hatchery on the Elk River to the pink shrimp processing plant in Brookings and things in between. And it was a very wonderful trip. So, Director, thank you and the staff for setting that up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and my appreciation to the staff as well that organized that. It's a lot of work, and we really appreciated all of your attention and time yesterday. Then for the Director's Report, before we launch into the Director's Report, I'd like to have Curry County Commissioner and Vice Chair Court Boyce come on up. I think he wanted to say a few words before we got started, and if we see Representative David Brock Smith here, we'll offer him the same, as well as Gold Beach Mayor Carl Popoff, I believe, is coming.
Mr. Governor, I just got a text from Representative Brock Smith. He is on his way. So, and the mayor, you know, he is twice. Mayor Carl Popoff has twice been voted Oregon's cutest mayor, so he has quite a fan club. But I do expect him to walk in the door any minute.
Cutest.
Welcome to Gold Beach and Curry County, Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife, heavy on the wildlife. You know, we're still part of the frontier down here where the oceans drop straight off, the mountains drop straight off into the ocean. So when you hear wildlife, you never know what you might encounter in Curry County. So I want to introduce someone I'm very proud of, has served in the Oregon legislature for 8 terms, 16 years. Will you stand up, sir? Wayne Krieger, are you still here? And he was, when I decided to run for commissioner, he encouraged me. He says, Court, yes, you've had a lifetime of running up and down Rogue River, people, the opportunity and privilege of taking people all over the world. And I raised my family in the Rogue River wilderness. He said, you have a good start, but you need to make natural resources part of your biggest learning curve. And I've tried to do that, and it's why you folks having your meeting here today is very, very special to us. I brought some gift packs in that big sack there. The mayor's staff really came through for us. One quick note, there's a little, just in case we have any giant sinkholes happen on your last day here, or tsunamis, or catastrophic fires, we have a little emergency kit there for you in that packet. So anyway, we do welcome you. I'd like, Mr. Chair, if I may, to mention Bob Weber, lives in Curry County. He served faithfully for 4 years, and our district attorney, Everett Dial, came to me the other day and said, wow, could you make note? And I said, you bet. He not only was volunteering and served faithfully on this board, we're very proud of him, but he also worked very hard in conducting efforts to help our local district attorney here and the hours he put in. So Mary Wall, welcome. We're proud to have you here. Your family history, your ranching background, your love of nature, we're just very thankful to have you on the board. And he probably doesn't want me to mention him, but Mark Labhart, there's an old saying, if you want to get something done, you go to a busy person to get those things accomplished. So Mark, thank you for your work on sudden oak death, the dreadful pathogen that we're working very hard to keep isolated in Curry County, and your help with AOC, certainly your work as well on the Pacific Coast Trails, it just quite noteworthy. So the board, I was born just 3 or 4 blocks from here. It's quite a privilege to welcome you here today, and you know, it's this special place of Oregon. Yes, we've been hit pretty hard with disasters, but we have a lot of opportunity here, and that's coming back. And again, to have the board meet in Curry County, it's just a special time for us. 20 years after the undaunted courage story of Lewis and Clark coming to the Oregon Territory, a man by the name of Jedediah Smith, he came here and quickly recognized that we had some of the most incredible, maybe the most incredible forest in North America. It's part of our Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest that is recognized also as the most rugged, the most unique, the most beautiful in the continental U.S. So when he saw the giant Douglas fir and he saw the giant redwoods, I'm not sure if he named the redwoods, but we know he was the first white person into this area that discovered those. And we get, as you probably are aware, about 80 inches of rain here a year. And so it produces the best watershed and the most dense forest, most pristine rivers in North America, which of course, as you know, produce the best salmon and steelhead fishing runs arguably anywhere. I had the privilege of serving on the Oregon State Marine Board 1996 through 2004. So I know that you're here because you love Oregon and you want to give back, and our state appreciates each and every one of you. Mr. Chair, also subject to your approval, I would like to, I don't know if he's here either, Steve Byerlin, who has had 49 years of fish enhancement. He has worked faithfully. He's actually working right now with our 3 Rogue Basin counties, Josephine, Curry, and of course Jackson County, on different issues. He's been helping the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife for years. He's a retired guide. Steve, are you here yet? I don't know what the time was, but I got the time that was 8 o'clock. He would like to address the board a little bit later on as he arrives, and I assume he will. And I do again expect David Brock-Smith here anytime. Thank you again for coming. Welcome all, and also to the audience. Wonderful having you here. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And you won't need this emergency packet, I don't think.
We need to talk. I live in Medford, and you intercept our rain. We only get 17 inches a year.
Hey, I can explain.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyce. And I too was going to give a shout out to Representative Krieger, who we have a long history with, not just 16 years in the legislature, but of course his real job prior to that, 30 plus years with the Oregon State Police as a fish and wildlife trooper around Oregon, including here on the South Coast. So good seeing Representative Krieger. We did, commissioners, and we'll stop or allow Representative Brock-Smith into the queue whenever he may arrive. But we're going to proceed on here. We have a long, pretty lengthy agenda today, including a number of items under the director's report. We did provide you the field reports in written form, so we won't go over those today. We do have an expenditure report, brief expenditure report that Matt Ader is going to provide in lieu of Erica Kleiner, who's out of the office this week. So Matt.
Welcome, Matt.
Chair Finley, members of the commission, for the record, my name is Matt Ader. I'm the Management Resources Division Administrator, and today I'll be giving the financial report, the budget update, and the audit update. Attached to your financial report is the updated figures through August of 2019. Those are actual figures. During the months of July and August of this year, we closed out most of the invoices for spending for the 17-19 biennium. The budget will remain open through December of 2019 as we complete the remaining portions of incoming invoices or fund shifts. Overall spending was actually a little bit less than normal or less than expected through the other funds. We expect that revenue to be a little bit less than, or excuse me, a little bit more than we had projected. Even with the expenses that we had that came through, we expect to be on budget for the projected budget that we had for the 17-19 biennium. Budget development for the 19-21 biennium, we are currently working on the expenditure projections for the 1921 biennium. We will continue working on that through the next few months as we prepare to submit the agency request budget roughly August of next year. A quick audit update. Our internal auditor has prepared a quality and improvement program he'll be implementing within the agency. This is a program to help put some framework around the structure of the audit program, put some standards in place. That way we follow best practices within the audit community. Also, the internal auditor has met with our divisions to look at potential audit actions where we can go in and review business processes and procedures to determine if there's any way for improvements or anything that we need to make modifications to. And finally, our internal auditor has attended the Conservation Leaders for Tomorrow in Missoula, Montana, where he'll be gaining some information that he can better apply to his role as the internal auditor within the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. Subject to any questions?
Commissioners, any questions? No?
Thanks.
Well done. No question.
Thanks, Matt.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. And I think commissioners, as I have relayed to you in other messages, we continue to maintain a strong monthly ending balance in working capital. I did also want to mention that we have with us here today in the room, I believe, our legislative fiscal officer, John Turpinning. He was also with us on the tour yesterday. So just our appreciation to John for joining us here on this trip to learn a little bit more about what we, the department, and you, the commission, do. So thanks to John for that. That brings us to our update on abalone. And we have Scott here. You all met Scott yesterday, but Scott's going to give you a little bit more formal status report on abalone here in Oregon.
Just so you know, Representative Smith is here. David Brock Smith just came in.
Oh, I see him now. Representative Brock Smith, would you like to say a few words at this juncture or another time? House District 1 Representative David Brock Smith, thanks for joining us.
Well, thank you, Commission, from State Representative David Brock Smith, House District 1. I'm up in Port Orford. I got in from Salem late last night. I appreciate all of you coming down and visiting Commissioner Wall's district, the most beautiful, as I tout in the legislature, the most beautiful district in the state. I know my good colleague Mark Labhart would agree, even though he's from the North Coast, now in Sisters. I just want to thank you for the opportunity to address you and appreciate all the work that you do for our residents here in Southwest Oregon, but also around the state. I hope you appreciated your tour yesterday. I was talking to Shannon back there, and she seriously did and might agree with me that this is the most beautiful district in Oregon. I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have of me, but I want to let you get on with your meeting and, of course, appreciate all of the residents for being here and how you travel around the state. We're very happy that you're down here in Southwest Oregon so that we don't have to drive as far to get to you.
Thank you, Representative. It's good to see you.
You too, Jeff.
Go ahead, Scott.
Good morning, Chair Finley, Commissioners, Director Melcher. My name is Scott Groth, and I am the Pink Shrimp and South Coast Shellfish Project Leader out of Charleston, Oregon. And I'm here today just to give you a status update on the fishery suspension in recreational red abalone. So in March of 2018, the Commission decided to suspend the sport red abalone fishery for 3 years. And at that time, the commissioners wanted sort of a check-in about 1 year afterwards. So now that we're meeting in Gold Beach, which is kind of the hub for abalone fishing the South Coast, that is, this is a good time to sort of check in. So the structure of this presentation is simply to recap what we talked about in March of 2018 for the benefit of new commissioners, and probably a lot has gone on in between Next, I'm going to talk about the progress that we have made, and then last, talk about the results of that progress in the form of updates. So this is a recap of that, the 2018 slides. At that time, I reviewed the biology and ecology of red abalone, discussed some of the problems the fishery has had specifically in Oregon, but also other abalone fisheries. We discussed a questionnaire we sent out to all the permit holders for recreational red abalone. And we used that information to develop some management options that we presented to the commission. So first, abalone's biology and ecology. These are marine snails. You know, like we saw yesterday, they're kind of like one big shell with a giant muscle on the other side. It's not like a clam with two shells. They use those big muscles to attach to rocky reefs where they're pretty sedentary. They only move a few meters in a lifetime. They eat drift kelp, that is kelp that's broken off and just floating through these rocky systems. So in that way, they only live in the really high energy, shallow kelp beds. Abalone is reproduced by broadcast spawning. That is having tight groups of male and female abalones simultaneously emit gametes into the water column. If the environment is good and they're close enough together, that fertilization is successful and it makes a trophophore larvae. And that larvae just stays in the system for a short period of time. It tries to stay real close to mom and dad because the habitat demands for abalone is very narrow, so just a little strip, so those larvae want to stay close. As a result of being broadcast spawners, this isn't a really highly successful way to reproduce. So they do have long lifespans to accommodate many opportunities to try that. They grow pretty slowly. In Oregon, it's about 15 years to their minimum size, and they might live just a little more than 50 years total. Fisheries for abalone have existed everywhere there's abalones. They're very popular to eat, but they're rare sort of worldwide, and principally found in places with cold water and rocky vegetative reefs, which is mainly Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, Japan, and then the west coast of the U.S. There's no abalones on the east coast of the U.S. and most other parts of the world. Each of these U.S. West Coast species have been fished, and each has been closed. 5 of the 7 species that occur on the West Coast now have some sort of ESA listing status. California, with its very long coastline and great kelp beds, has had the most robust fisheries, but also the strongest effects. This graph in the lower right is kind of a highly popular graph showing the rise and fall of abalone fishing in California, which was a mainstay of their fisheries for years until just dwindled. In Oregon, we have 2 species of abalone. We have a flat abalone that's quite a bit smaller, and that was subject to a commercial fishery briefly that was closed amid population concerns. And then we have this red abalone, the one we're talking about today, and that had a brief commercial fishery soon after they were discovered here that was closed because of conflicts with recreational fishing. But we have had this persistent recreational fishery from the time they were discovered here until just last year when we suspended the fishery. So this is just a brief timeline. We established rules for this fishery soon after they were found, had this commercial fishery I talked about for a second, and then we have made several attempts to spawn more abalones. They're kind of easy to spawn and put back out, but the results of that have largely been unsuccessful, but that's been a major program in abalone history. In 1996, Fish Commission revised the recreational rules because there was population concerns, and at that time, they reduced the daily take to 1 a year, or 1 a day and 5 a year, and then they added a free harvest permit, and we'll see some of the data from that harvest permit right here. First, abalones live in kelp beds, and 90% of the kelp is in the southern coast. So the red abalone's range actually ends in Charleston. And most of the harvest that occurs on red abalone is in Brookings, in a very small area. We have about 90% of the harvest. There's a couple other sites in Gold Beach, Port Orford, and Charleston where there's some harvest. The methods used in that fishery have been about half scuba, and then the remaining half is sort of split between free diving, like diving while holding your breath, not bringing a tank or anything, and then the other side of that split is just intertidal, just picking them up sort of at really good low tides. The nature of this fishery has been, we've issued about 300 permits a year, and that's translated to harvest that was about 189 animals a year. It's a very small fishery, so when we compare that to California's very robust fishery, they had about 25,000 permits per year and harvested almost 250,000 animals each year. We're really just on the edge of their habitat, so you'd expect that. So what's the allure? These are hard to find, and the answer to that is trophy shells. Red abalones are the largest abalones in the world, and like a lot of animals, when they reach their polar extents, they get to their largest sizes. So in that way, the abalone in Oregon are the largest abalone in the world. And as scarcity of these fisheries has increased, popularity of trophy hunting has increased. So the desire to get the largest abalone has been a really exciting competitive sport for a lot of guys. You see this gentleman in the upper right here, that's a shell that was harvested likely in Oregon. That's the largest abalone shell sort of measured, and he's comparing that to a California minimum size. And then that's my daughter with a big abalone I caught at one point. And then this is just the one on the bottom. That's an 11-inch abalone. That's just a giant. Those animals end up being, that could be a 10-pound snail. It's a really impressive animal. So some of the current problems that we're considering in 2018 were the low densities of abalones, the poor environmental conditions that were out there for them, and at that time the increasing fishery pressure at harvest. Further, there's no fishery management plan in place or conservation framework. So we'll touch on each of those problems quickly. We hadn't done quantitative surveys prior to 2015 when we sought out a grant and we did belt transect surveys similar to how California does it. And what that looks like is going to an area where the fishery operates where you expect to find abalones and running a 30-meter belt transect out, sending divers down to count the abalones, and doing this in numerous places among areas where the fishery operates. The results of that survey, unsurprisingly, found very low density of abalones. We are on the northern range, but even so, where the fishery operates, we're down at 0.03 abalones per square meter. And when you compare that to how California had sort of stabilized the fishery, their fishery at these densities that were much higher, when we were having this meeting in 2018, it was a reaction to a big dip in kelp beds, and it caused a lot of abalone deaths. So at that time in 2018, we had been looking at comparing where California had been to where the populations just began to crash. So that's why California took their actions, because in their fishery management plan for abalones, they have a trigger for closure at 0.3. And that's derived from publications that show that there's a danger of collapse when abalone stocks are lower than 0.2. So we're kind of off the charts there. It's not super unexpected because we are at the edge of their range. At that time, we were looking at very poor environmental conditions. I showed these slides of kelp beds at Port Orford Reef, our largest kelp bed in the state, in 2014. And then followed by 2016, after a couple years of very warm water, we had very little kill. The results of that was we saw for the first time in Oregon starved abalones. This guy on the right is an abalone that is not withering from some disease or something. That is an abalone that simply did not get enough to eat and fell off the rocks, absorbed what it could of its body and eventually fell off the rocks and was found. And that's compared to this guy on the left, their foot should fill out their whole shell. So that was seen for the first time in 2017. In addition, we have issues like purple sea urchin populations have exploded and they compete and affect abalones, and further, sea star wasting syndrome has killed a lot of the predatory sea stars upon purple sea urchins. We discussed briefly that permits had been rapidly increasing and harvest had been rapidly increasing, and then at that time California had closed their fishery, so we were the only remaining fishery on the West Coast, so our interest was really going through the roof. I did talk about reaching out to permit holders, and to briefly summarize that, most of them wanted new rules, thought it was needed. About a quarter of them thought it should be closed or suspended. Some deferred to ODFW and some chose status quo. Of the people that wanted new rules, most preferred reduced annual take rather than some other options like restricting the intertidal or subtidal or other things. So this just summarizes what we were talking about in 2018, and then we'll go into these updates. So the biology of abalone makes them very sensitive to fishing pressure. Consequently, the fisheries for abalone have been largely unsuccessful. We did have low densities in the 2015 work, and environmental conditions have been poor for them. At that time, we had this increased fishery and harvest pressure. So, Fish Commission in March of 2018 chose our option 2, which was to take a 3-year closure of the fishery, work with California, track their progress. They have a lot of resources and more investment in this stock and greater science than us, so following them is important. And then revisit our own surveys as we can afford to do that. We're going to work on developing a conservation plan for abalone during that time as well. So we felt like that option was most aligned with how they were imperiled at that time and allows us to check in with the commission. So since then, this is what California's done. They did, like I said, close it for 2018. They extended that closure 2 more years, which would end about the same time ours does. They've continued their surveys, and they've not seen any recovery in those populations. They've developed stakeholder group to look at fishery options, and some of the options they've been considering is breeding and outplanting, reducing by smashing purple sea urchins in areas where abalones exist, and lastly, that they're really working hard on is developing a de minimis fishery. And in the words of the person I was talking to, CDFW, he said it would be something like what you guys had, those take levels that are really, really low. Their desire is a very important and traditional fishery, sort of keeping that going in some way, even though the animals may be fairly imperiled. So what have we done? We've kind of watched what's happening in California. We've been listening on their stakeholder meetings, communicated with staff. I've worked with Professor at OSU, and we submitted a full grant proposal that would revisit the abalone surveys and then do a bunch of genetics work to identify the effective population size of Oregon's abalones. We've made a lot of progress going through old data and developing a single manuscript that summarizes as a good background abalone in Oregon, and we would use that as a precursor to a conservation plan. very recently, in the last month, we've performed sea urchin surveys, which gives us a good glimpse into what's happening in the near shore. And we've developed grants to understand these relationships between sea urchin, abalone, and kelp. So the results of that, the little bit of survey work we've been able to do, have shown no recovery. The anecdotal reports that have come in have not been very good. The environmental conditions have worsened. Kelp beds haven't really rebounded. Kelp beds are principally driven by environmental conditions, and the environmental conditions have been bad. They, like a lot of animals that we care about in Oregon, kelp does better in cold water conditions, and we simply haven't had that. Compounding that, these purple sea urchin populations have increased and are now in some novel places that they weren't before. Fishery pressure did get addressed. It was a really timely and valuable thing to suspend the fishery, and I'll show you why at the end of this. This is just a photo of one of the few red abalones we saw in the survey work we've done, and that guy has an urchin on its back eating the stuff off of him. That was ironic, the one picture we got back of a red abalone. Pretty tough down there. This is a big kelp bed behind Humbug Mountain. It's, even in 2016, when kelp was low, there was a pretty good set of kelp back there, and we were there very recently, a couple weeks ago, and there's really no kelp back there. I showed you these slides earlier. Orford Reef in 2014 and 2016. We went back to this same site this year and saw really no kelp there. So what's next? We're shooting to get surveys done of these populations. Hopefully next year with that grant with OSU. Continued information gathering, and then continued investigation into this big game style fishery, how that could work when the stock was ready for that. Trying to coordinate that with California and just stay in touch with them, and then develop a exhibit in early 2021 to make a next step, because the 3-year suspension expires at that time. And our goal at ODFW is to retain a sustainable recreational fishery in the future. I think with this species, it's particularly important to keep people invested, and trying to find a way to make that work is really important to us. And I talked to you all on the docks a little bit yesterday about doing these recent sea urchin surveys and what we saw. And I want to emphasize that things are quite a bit different out there than what I've seen in my 15 years of doing this already documentation we have at ODFW from our 30 years of surveys out there. So we have really unimproved environmental conditions out there, very little kelp, a lot of purple sea urchins where there never was purple sea urchins before. The immediate recovery, given the situation, the immediate recovery of abalone seems unlikely. On the upside, there's a lot of sea urchins. That's a lot of biological productivity. I mean, I'm not sure what to do with it. It's not the classic. It doesn't make the great pictures that we're all looking for from a kelp bed, but it is a lot of biological productivity. That could be a glasses half full situation. And further, we've had years when we had huge densities of red sea urchins, and we also had huge densities of kelp. So it'd be interesting, like I said yesterday, to see if we can get a good environmental year to compare, that year to previous years, to see the effect of this current population of purple sea urchins to the previous population of red. And then just to give you guys a little bit of a visual, this is a video of Port Orford. It's just a quick dive down in about 7 feet of water. I wanted to show you this because one of the things that the researchers at California relayed to me is they had no deep water abalone anymore. The abalone have been migrating up into the intertidal area. So on one side, it's never been easier to find an abalone. Like they're right there trying to get away from the purples. So this was a little shaky when it played. This is not my shakes at this. Let's see what happens. It's gonna be a little shaky. I'll pause it when it gets to. So we're just gonna swim down there about 6 or 7 feet here and see, these are all purple urchins. And that's pretty scoured grounds. This is coralline algae they can't even eat. And that's one red abalone sort of surrounded by this group. And we saw about, we went out and did this is a little snorkel survey. We saw several of these, and they're all kind of in the same circumstance. So these guys are in some amount of trouble, and it's pretty unclear to me what's going to happen to them. Anyway, that's all that I have.
Scott, that was a very good presentation. Thank you very much. Commissioners, any questions? Commissioner Woolley?
Good morning, and thanks again for taking time with us yesterday down on the dock. We really enjoyed that, so thanks. So why have the spawning attempts failed? What happened? Did fertilization not happen, or did they fertilize and just simply not grow and die? What was the result?
So we've done 2 big spawning programs. One was in the 60s in Whale Cove, and what they saw there was they brought little abalones out there, 5,500 of them, and they just slowly died off. You know, they never really turned into very many adult abalones, and they didn't spawn.
Okay.
More recently, we did this in the 90s, and it's hard to track the success of it. You can hatch them and make a small bag of baby abalones and take them out there, and one octopus can ruin your whole thing. So it's very hard to track and very expensive to perform.
Okay. Then my other question is, what are the factors that led to the decision to just limit the harvest versus closing the harvest as California did?
The 2018 decision? We did suspend it.
So it is suspended for how long? I'm sorry, I missed that.
It reopens March 2021. I'm sorry, the rules expire March 2021.
Okay, so they are in alignment.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Just want clarification on that. Thanks a lot.
Commissioner Wall?
I'd also like to thank you for the time on the docks yesterday. That was very useful, and for the report. I have a couple questions. One is, could you talk a little bit more about the recovery plan or the fishery management plan and how that's moving, and a couple of our options if we have any, other than hoping for better environmental conditions?
Sure. So we've been looking into developing a fishery management plan. It's going to be hard until we understand the condition of the stock and the trend of the stock. So we're just looking at structures of fishery management plans. California has one in place, but they're making major modifications of that based on changes in conditions. So we're sort of monitoring that as well.
Thank you. One more question. Could you talk a little bit about the kelp beds? Because I do understand how important it is to know the condition of the stock and that sort of thing, but we do know already that it's in bad shape. So could you talk a little bit about kelp beds and if there are things that we could do? Again, we all wish for better conditions, but there must be some other solutions that we could at least be looking at for the kelp beds.
Sure. So I thought about, you asked me a question yesterday on the docks that was very apropos. It was so are our kelp beds now urchin barrens? And I thought about that question overnight, and I think that my answer to that is many of the areas that we did survey are currently urchin barrens. There are some that have fewer urchins on it, but it's unclear, the direction things are going, what that'll be a couple of years from now. So in the way to help those kelp beds recover, I don't really know. We talked about this for a minute. yesterday, estimated about 350 million purple sea urchins out there. You can't control that amount of anything. So while we're missing the natural predators of purple sea urchins, key among them is those big sea stars, Pycnopodia or ragmops or sunflower stars that everybody hated forever and now are completely gone. And missing those is difficult. And I don't know if there's a way to help those back there, but that could be some break for the kelp beds from sea urchin.
Thank you.
Scott, I have a couple questions. For the audience, those of you who don't know, the department has done a lot of work on ocean acidification, including producing a film in cooperation with Oregon State University and documenting the fact with our oyster producers that have lost hundreds of trays where larvae can no longer form because of the acidity of the water. Where they used to use seawater, they can't anymore. And it's progressed down to even now there are slides of amphipods, the zooplankton, that don't form a shell or malform a shell. So the question is, do these abalone have a larvae that has a shell? Same thing, and notwithstanding the mother of pearl in that shell, it's a calcium carbonate shell.
Correct. Yeah, it's a snail, just like
Yeah.
the pteropods or whatever that they've seen effects on.
So do we think it might be ocean acidification, or do we know?
I would say it's pretty unlikely that the primary driver of their current dilemma is ocean acidification. More likely,
Temperature.
yeah, environmental conditions overall.
What preys on the red urchins?
Red sea urchins, typically their predator had been, among small ones would be Pycnopodia, and those are the reds are the larger ones, and those are the target of the fishery, so principally the fishery, of which, that's a very valuable fishery.
Commissioners, any other questions or comments?
I would just add to that, Chair Finley, that just to reemphasize what Scott just described, and that is if the issue was controlling red urchins and their impact on kelp, we have a tool for that, and the fishery is standing by waiting.
Right.
The problem is the purple urchins, where there is no real market, and that population has exploded. That's where we don't have the tool. Short of, as Scott mentioned, I think California is considering actually some mechanical control, which is literally humans smashing purple urchins. But that's probably infeasible unless you had a very large budget. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
Well, let's see, Mr. Chair, that takes us to a little special recognition that we wanted to give here today. And before we do that, I'm just going to describe the project a little bit, and then we'll have the team come forward. But over the last decade or so, and I know many of you are very familiar with this project, but we started working in the Coquille Valley on a restoration. The Coquille Valley is highly developed agricultural land, but it's also historically been an incredible resource for fish and wildlife. So we started about a decade ago, and we'll just give a shout out to Steve Denny. I think really I still remember when he came to the director's office and made the pitch for us to engage in this project. But that is the what is now known as the Coquille Valley Wildlife Area. The team that worked on this, we now have basically 1,700 acres there that's been or is in the process of being restored. It includes great fish passage improvements, including, oh, I guess I have visuals. I didn't get the memo on that. Including new tide gates, replacing failing tide gates, and culvert removal to provide access for, in particular, overwinter access for salmonids, coho being a highlight. Our researchers estimate that the restoration of this habitat, this overwinter habitat, will result in up to 159,000 additional coho smolts surviving in that watershed. They've restored 407 acres of tidal wetlands, done extensive revegetation of those wetlands and ongoing monitoring. We've already seen benefits in terms of reduced water temperatures and, of course, almost immediate recolonization of these habitats by fish and wildlife. And so this team earlier this year was awarded the Fishery Team of the Year award by the American Fisheries Society and the Oregon chapter of the American Fisheries Society. So we wanted to have them here. We're not quite in the Coquille Basin, but we're close enough on the south coast. We wanted to have them recognized here today. And so I'm going to call them up, and then we've got a little award to present. And I'm not sure if Bernadette or someone else wants to say a few words, but we have Fred Messerly. Is Fred here? I did not see Fred. Well, Fred Messerly is a landowner in the area, but he's also runs the Beaver Slough Drainage District and has been a critical and essential partner in this effort. Of course, the ODFW Charleston office has been very closely engaged, or not closely engaged, they've been really leading the project. We could not accomplish it with really our important partner in the area, the Coquille Indian Tribe, and I believe we have someone here from the Coquille Tribe to accept this award, but if not, Chair Brenda Mead has been incredibly supportive of the project, and and as well as Helena Linnell, and I don't think Helena's here either. I'm looking for somebody to give me a sign if they are, but oh, Darren Jarnigan is here, if I pronounced his name correctly. So we'll have Darren come up with the group here in a minute. The Nature Conservancy, of course, has been a critical partner, and I'm not sure if we have Gina Carter and Jason Knuckles here, but they were part of the team. Coquille Watershed Association, Melanie Dunn, very important partner. John Knutson of the China Camp Gun Club, which is an adjoining property there. And as I mentioned earlier, Steve Denny, retired ODFW regional manager, also worked for the Nature Conservancy for a number of years. I think he might just officially be retired now, but I'm not sure. So if we could have that group come up, we got a little award to hand out, and we'll take a photo. And Mr. Chair, or any commissioners, if you'd like to say anything. But
I just want to acknowledge or recognize Steve Denny. A lot of people on the South Coast think he's one of the best things that happened to habitat and fisheries conservation work. I appreciate the work of this team. And it's been a long, long time in the coming, and it's been remarkable outcome. So thank you all.
Yeah, I think you speak for the rest of the commissioners. Thanks a lot.
I think we all feel that way, and some of us were here to approve some of the projects, and it's a remarkable success. You ought to feel good about it.
Okay, Mr. Chair, that takes us to the Big Game Hunter Survey. We do have Nick Myatt here and Mark Damian Duda.
Excuse me, sir. May I just momentarily break in?
Mayor, this is Mayor Pop.
Oh, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, come on in here.
Well, no, I'm fine right here. I apologize for being late, but I want to welcome you all to the city of Gold Beach and thank you for coming here. I just hope you have a great meeting. And with that, I've got to go, but I did want to make an appearance.
But we can't see you, and we understood you got the cutest mayor award.
3 times.
Mr. Mayor, thank you to your staff
Mark,
as
I'm
well.
sorry for being a little bit late and what have you, but I just want to make sure that I got here. Glad to have you here, Mayor. Well, I've been patiently waiting over there for a break, and then I realized unless I step forward, I may not get one. But thank you all very much for the work that you're doing, and it is a real pleasure having you here. May the Lord bless you all. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right, good morning, Chair Finley, Commissioners. For the record, Nick Myatt, I'm the project lead for the Big Game Hunting Review, and wanted to come before you this morning just to introduce our speaker for today. But before I do that, I wanted to, for the benefit of our new commissioners, just give a very brief history of some of the background of our efforts to improve big game hunting regulations in Oregon. So in early 2017, we started an effort that was based on one of the most common complaints that we heard from hunters in the state is that your regulations are too complicated, they're too cumbersome, you have too many hunts, you need to do something about that. So we took that pretty seriously and started this effort that we originally referred to as Big Game Hunting Regulation Simplification. And it was a pretty daunting task as we started, so we split it into 3 different phases, with the first phase of our project being just an editorial review of this document, the Big Game Hunting Regulations, which we produce about 400,000 copies a year for the public, and just improving how we delivered that information. Our second phase was a review of all of the OARs and statutes that are behind the general hunting season regulations, our weapon restrictions, area closures, things of that nature. We completed that last year for implementation this hunting season. And then the third and final phase, we started at the beginning of this year, and that was where we take a deep dive and look at all of the big game hunting seasons, bag limits, dates, just how we hunt big game in Oregon. And from 2 years of previous work before and talking with hunters and the public and our staff and the commission, we got feedback that we needed to look through the lens not just of simplification when we reviewed the hunts, but also just do a complete review of our big game hunts, because populations change, societal desires change, issues change. A lot of times our hunting seasons have not changed with those times. So, as I said, we started the Big Game Hunting Review earlier this year, and when we started this, our project team that we put together to tackle this project, we felt that one of the most important needs we had initially is just in-depth information on what Oregon's hunters want, what they prefer, and what their current level of satisfaction is, things of that nature. So we started by developing our information needs, and then we went out and looked for a human dimensions expert to help us gather that information in a scientific, unbiased fashion. So we're fortunate to be able to contract with a gentleman sitting next to me is Mark Duda with Responsive Management. Mark is the executive director of Responsive Management and founder, considered by many as one of the foremost experts in the country on doing human dimensions and survey work with outdoor recreationists, conservationists, hunters, and anglers. Mark has about 30 years or more of experience and has published over 1,000 studies as well as several books. Has conducted 1,000 studies and published greater than 150, I believe, publications. I butchered your introduction here, but just wanted to introduce Mark as a very well-studied and expert in this field, authored books, publications, certified wildlife biologist, as well as has his master's degree with a focus in natural resources policy from Yale. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mark to present the survey that we conducted of Oregon's deer and elk hunters.
Thank you, Nick. I wish you would have mixed up the 1,000 publications with like 1,000 books. That would have made it much better, don't you think? So really appreciate being here this morning. Good morning, commissioners, Mr. Chairman, Director. Always appreciate addressing you. I was thinking back, this is actually the 4th time over the past 20 or so years that I've addressed the commission in various forms. Never in Gold Beach, always up north, so it was a pleasure to come here. As Nick noted, I'm going to talk about a study that we did on Oregon deer and elk hunters' attitudes toward big game management and hunting opportunities. I'd like to start with this gentleman. Anybody recognize that person? If the screen was bigger, you might be able to. Or really more importantly, if this was a picture of him about 30 years later, hunched over at a desk at the University of Wisconsin, you might recognize him. He had glasses, well, sort of glasses as we get older. You probably read some of his books, Sand County Almanac, a book called Game Management. And actually is the reason why you're here. It's the reason that you're a commissioner. Because in the 1920s, 1930s, he put forth this whole idea of how important it was to have citizens from out there really understand natural resources from a general perspective and provide policy to agencies. So this is Aldo Leopold, wrote the first book on wildlife management called Game Management, wrote the book on conservation and conservation ethics, Sand County Almanac. So he's a biologist. But I want you to think about one of the statements that he noted sort of later on in his career. This was in the 1940s, it's a long time ago. He said that the problem of wildlife management is not how we should handle the deer. The real problem is one of human management. Wildlife management is comparatively easy. Human management is difficult. It's pretty profound coming from somebody who's a biologist, and somebody talking about wildlife conservation in the 1940s. But I want you to really think about how we look at fish and wildlife management. We have fish and wildlife professionals in the middle, and you guys are hit up with a lot of things. You deal with fish and wildlife populations, you deal with fish and wildlife habitats, and you deal with people. And all of those interact with each other in various ways. The point that I think is important is that when it comes to managing fish and wildlife populations, the incredible presentation that we just heard on abalone, fish and wildlife habitats, we approach that in a very scientific, deliberate, and orderly process. We use science to do that. We use scientific facts. We don't just go out and grab a few abalone and say, oh, I think they're increasing, I think they're decreasing. We use very scientific methods to do that. And over the years, the fish and wildlife management community has learned that that's just as important, perhaps more important, to do when it comes to people. That is, approach people in that same scientific, deliberate, and orderly process that we do our natural resources. It just makes sense, doesn't it? I mean, we don't just go out and just do something for fish and wildlife before we start studying it, before we start looking at the journals. And so that whole rise in understanding people is called human dimensions, and that's a profession that we've seen increase in necessity as populations increase. So I have addressed you all before. Some of you are new, but I wanted to just give you a quick background on who we were, what we do, because I think it's important as you look at results of studies and stuff like that. We've been doing this for 30 years. I've had the same job for 30 years. Same wife for 35 years, same house for 30 years. Pretty boring guy, I guess. We've done about 1,000 human dimension studies. We've done those for every single state Fish and Wildlife Agency. We have done those in all 50 states. We've addressed about 45 of the commissioners, board of directors, in 15 countries. Just got back from Namibia and Botswana. And we do research also for all the major NGOs. This is a test. RBFF, who are Recreational Boating and Fishing Foundation, National Shooting Sports Foundation, National Rifle Association, American Sport and Fishing Association, Archery Trade, and all the private conservation groups, Sierra Club, National Wildlife Federation. We also do a lot of work for the industries such as Winchester, a lot of products that you probably buy. And then also, we do work for the nation's top universities. Depending on basketball or football season, sometimes this looks like the college top 25. We've done work for Duke, Clemson, Colorado State, Penn State, USC, Stanford, Yale's, and on, University of Florida. And so the fact that a lot of universities across the nation hire us to do their data collection, I think is important to note as well. We've done a lot of articles, journals, not only on hunting and fishing issues. This is my book, The Sportsman's Voice, Hunting and Fishing in America. We also do a lot of work with non-consumptive outdoor recreation as well, wildlife viewing, non-consumptive types of things. And so that's kind of who we are and what we do. And I want to talk a little bit about the presentation. I'm going to talk to you about the methodology, give you a brief overview of that methodology. But I'm going to step back for a minute before I start presenting the results of that study to give you some ideas on the public input process and things to keep in mind. As commissioners, you get hit with a lot of different opinions and attitudes from a variety of different sources. And I've worked with commissions, again, almost 35 years, and the question is what do you believe? You hear this, you hear that. And so I'm going to give you sort of my overview in terms of what to think about. And then we're going to talk about the survey results themselves, equipment used, locations, motivations, satisfactions, constraints, issues related to regulatory issues, and youth hunting. And so let's talk about this survey and the methodology. This was a highly scientific study meant to represent all of the hunters out there, elk and deer hunters. It was what we call a probability-based multimodal survey. And what that simply means is that you have a database of your hunters, and all of those people to be a scientific survey need to have an equal opportunity to be contacted and to be participating in this survey. And so for some you have phone numbers, for some you have emails, for some you only have addresses. Some of those are good and some of them are bad. And so what we did on this is we took several different groups. We looked at tags, people who applied for tags, people who were just getting preference points, sort of that whole universe of elk and deer hunters over the past 3 years. Took those, we drew a sample randomly, and then contacted those individuals in numerous ways because we wanted to get their input. But a very high response rate on this. And so the truth is nobody was left out. Had you just done a mail or just done an email survey or just done a phone survey, people would have been left out from that. And so in this case, we wanted to get everybody. We can ask questions later on in that. It was a fairly long survey. We had just incredible amount of cooperation. It was conducted in January, February of this year. From a regional perspective, this is your state, and we wanted to look at both East and West Oregon. We also wanted to look at the different regions sort of within Western Oregon in terms of the coastal range versus the Cascade regions here. Our goal was to do 1,000 deer hunters and 1,000 elk hunters, and 500 in East and 500 in West. In terms of, let's talk just a little bit about what a probability-based survey is, because you hear people, oh, they did this survey, they did that survey. But in this case, because the respondents were randomly selected, the results are truly representative of what's really out there. This wasn't an opt-in survey, you go to the web, oh, do our survey. This wasn't a group saying, well, this is just our members, and this is, supposedly representative. These are your hunters. This is what they think and know and feel about hunting deer and hunting elk in the state. So let's back off from that for a minute before I start presenting some of the results to talk about the public input process. I have to confess that I changed the title of this a little bit. I've been talking about some of this stuff over the past 2 or 3 years because states are interested in now getting public opinion and what do you listen to and what you don't. I actually was the keynote speaker for the Southeast Association of Fish and Wildlife Agencies annual meeting this past year, and my original title was How State Fish and Wildlife Agencies Get Jerked Around by the Public and What You Can Do About It. And I thought, well, maybe that's not as professional as it was, so we've talked in terms of the public input process. But things to keep in mind. Wow, well, kind of, I don't know, maybe a little uncomfortable talking about this here in terms of a commission meeting, but it's pretty important to know that input at public meetings often does not reflect the actual attitudes or opinions of the public or stakeholders. They're incredibly important. You legally have to do these. Agencies across the nation have to do them. Does that reflect what's really out there? Well, there have been studies done comparing commission meeting participants versus maybe duck hunters or wildlife viewers. And it's found that often they differ. So I think that's important to keep in mind. Online surveys are often not representative of what's really out there. Somebody puts a survey out on the internet or you put it on your website and 100% of the people think this. Well, that may not be really the case. There's a range of good and bad online surveys that we don't need to really get into. But again, it's important just to recognize that these often aren't representative as well. Public forums often aren't represented. They're really important, and we use them. We use these all the time. This was a public forum that we did for the Wyoming Game and Fish. We just wrote their new strategic plan. But the differences in terms of the material and feedback that we got from the people who were on these websites was quite different from the scientific studies. They're all important. The loudest constituents may not always reflect the majority. And comments at public meetings and online forums can often tell a different story. And again, they're all important. All of these listening mechanisms are important. It's just to keep in mind the difference between scientific and non-scientific public assessments of what's going on out there. It is important to use that full range of research techniques. It's important to listen to people in a number of different venues, whether they're qualitative or quantitative. However, relying only on those non-scientific methods can really lead you astray, and I've seen it happen over and over and over again. Citizens groups are incredibly important. One of the things that we recommend is that they really need to be data-driven. We're doing a number of projects right now with the Maine Department of Wildlife and Inland Fisheries, and they've used citizens groups over the years. But it's important that those groups use research when they're making decisions and not just sort of making stuff up or having sort of their own agenda. I want to point out that public support for agencies is often silent but strong, and sometimes you tend to hear only from the dissatisfied. And a number of projects that we've done over the years, we just finished a study with last year in terms of wildlife law enforcement in Arkansas, where a couple of people got the ear of the governor and said every single hunter and angler and everybody else just hate the Arkansas Game and Fish Commission. Well, yeah, 1% did. That 1% probably has Kurt's or somebody else's number on their speed dial, because those are sometimes the people you hear from. Now, I'm not taking away from the legitimacy of these things, but again, just to put that in perspective. We know that you've got pretty high levels of credibility from a study that I think is going to be presented to you later on in the fall on the wildlife value study. I was a research partner on that study with Colorado State University. And so again, it's important to keep these things in mind, and you should use that credibility and use it to your advantage and act accordingly. So really brief overview, but I thought it was important just because I'm going to say something, something's going to come out or something, and you have a hard job. I have a really easy job. I get to collect data in an unbiased manner. You have to weigh those things. And so know that we went into this with all of that said is the reason you have independent researchers is to find out what's really out there. Science seeks questions, policy demands answers. I have the easy job, you have a hard job. Let's do a brief overview in terms of what we found. We presented to you a 600-page report. man, 600 pages. You don't want to read all that. And so what we're trying to do is just hit the highlights of some of these. What type of equipment are you and your hunters using? This is both deer and elk. The majority of the hunters prefer to hunt with a rifle followed by a compound bow. And very few hunters prefer to hunt with a muzzleloader or traditional recurve or longbow. Let's look at the survey results. This was, even though it was sort of a survey of deer and elk hunters, it was similar questions, but obviously one was organized toward deer hunters, and deer hunters answered those questions, elk hunters answered those questions, and just for brevity, I have put deer over here, elk here, and I'll switch them around and stuff. What was really interesting is how similar some of the answers were for a lot of the questions. As you can see, rifle, compound bow, muzzle loader, and on down the line. Now, again, the thing that I want to point out here is that it's also not a majority rule. I mean, these folks are really important. And so, again, it's the issue of weighing all of these individuals in terms of policy development. One of the things that we did is we not only wanted to know what weapons they most prefer to use, but also in terms of what they use most, because those sometimes can be different. I might want to take a trip to Paris, but I get to go to North Carolina. I don't know. So, how about where they hunt? Where are your hunters hunting? We found some pretty interesting results here. While Western Oregon residents hunt both Eastern and Western Oregon residents rarely hunt Western Oregon or take advantage of the general seasons. Your hunters primarily hunt on public land, and among those hunters that hunted on private land, most are in areas where they need to ask permission. And hopefully you can see this. The gold is Eastern, and that other sort of, it's green on my screen here, is Western Oregon. So you can see Eastern Oregon tend to stay home, while Western Oregon sort of is split across the board. People can hunt in multiple places. This is for deer, and this is for elk. In terms of those who had hunted deer, and this is deer, and I'll show you the one, and these are Eastern and Western, do they mostly hunt on public land, mostly on private land, or both about equal? And you can see not a whole lot of differences there, mostly on public land, both about equal, and mostly on private land. If you look at the report and you see these things add up to 101% or something like that, it's just because of rounding. 1.4, 1.4. I'm around to 1 and 1, but I'm equal it as 3 because 1.4 and 1.4 rounded up. These are elk. Same question that we just asked. Do you hunt mostly on public land, mostly on private land, or both about equal? Again, different regions, Western region, Western Oregon Cascades area, and Eastern Oregon, again, on down the line. Not a whole lot of differences amongst those regional issues, but you can see mostly on public land really dominates. Again, this is similar question when you hunt elk on private land. Do you typically hunt on, and again, on down the line, you can see how private land with permission pretty much dominates that. A little bit more with Eastern than the two Western stratifications. Why do hunters hunt? They hunt for a trophy, they hunt for food, they hunt to be with friends and family. Oregon hunters' most important reasons for hunting are to be close to nature, to be with friends and family, for the sport, recreation, and the meat. Harvesting a trophy animal was lower on the ranking of reasons for hunting. We'll take a look at those numbers. And so what I'm going to present here, these are of your deer hunters. It's on a scale of 0 to 10. We use that because I like to stretch it out, and it means 5 is your midpoint, and then these are just the averages. And so these are deer hunters, and these different colors are actually by age, because I thought there was an interesting finding here. But you can see to be close to nature, pretty darn important. To be with friends and family, those familial values, those naturalistic values really top out. But for the sport and challenge, pretty important. For the meat, pretty important. But look at the age differences here, and this is something that popped out that was quite interesting to us. Because again, you can see that a lot of the folks had pretty similar stuff regionally, deer versus elk. But look at the age differences here, and the way that you can read that is that those individuals in the green there, it's not, the colors is a little better on my screen here, that those younger individuals are more likely to hunt deer, in this case, for the meat. And those are all statistically significant. I think that has to do with some of your R3 programs and those programs that we call locavore programs that might have kicked in over the years. I'm not sure, but pretty interesting finding in terms of age-related differences. This is that same question, and these are your elk hunters. Very, very similar here. For the meat, averaging out a little bit higher, to be with friends and family, to be close to nature for the sport, and then for a trophy. Again, trophy hunting is not unimportant to a segment of your hunters, but it's not the most important reason, the most important motivation for hunting. How satisfied are your hunters? You set those rules and those regulations. Although deer and elk hunters are more satisfied than dissatisfied with their hunting, dissatisfaction is substantial. And I'll show you that graph. Lack of game is the most common reason for dissatisfaction. We also saw higher levels of dissatisfaction with access issues, and we see that across the nation. Most important in terms of deer and elk hunter satisfaction is being able to hunt every year, followed by having a higher or better chance of harvest success. And then deer and elk hunters agree that the opportunity to hunt is more important than harvesting an animal. Of course, we'd all want to go out a lot in long season and harvest trophy animals, but we understand certainly supply, and that's pretty important here. Let's take a look at those levels of satisfaction. In terms of overall satisfaction, 54% of your elk hunters and 48% of your deer hunters are either very or somewhat satisfied. And we had higher levels of dissatisfaction, 34% among elk, 42% among deer. Generally, when I do studies like this, and people will say, well, what are reasonable rates? We'd all, of course, want to get it to zero, but that's not really possible. Somebody's going to be always angry at something. But generally, I only like to see those in the 20 to 30% range. These are a little bit higher in some states that I do some of these studies for. However, some of those states have much higher levels of game. I mean, in some of these southern states, you can kill multiple deer. And so here, those opportunities are much more limited. But of those who said they weren't satisfied, we wanted to know why. Lack of game, you can see among the deer survey, pretty darn important. Lack of game among elk. But then access issues, too many predators, poor management restrictions, sort of in the teens here. Not enough tags, you can see only at 11%, lack of harvest, lack of bucks trophies, poor behavior of hunters, and on down the line. But again, lack of game, access issues are important. Nationwide, those access issues almost always come to the top, almost always. We've done a number of studies on that if you're interested. This one gets a little bit small, and I apologize about that. But let me sort of tell you in terms of each of these is a different question. Each of these was presented to each hunter in a different order, just so we don't have random order bias or anything like that. But let me just read to you those ratings on that scale of 0 to 10. The most important was being able to hunt deer or elk in this one every year. The next was having a higher or better chance of harvest success, the length or duration of the season you hunt, having fewer other hunters on the field when you hunt, having areas with few roads or a travel management area in which some roads are closed seasonally when hunting deer, and then finally having good access for motorized vehicle. So there was a pretty clear hierarchy in terms of things that are important to your hunters. People can say things and they can say this is important, but when it comes down to it, you have to make some hard choices. And so what do they think in terms of having the opportunity to hunt versus harvesting an animal? And so we asked directly and made them choose between one of those, having the opportunity to hunt by 3 to 1 margin over harvesting an animal. Of course, everybody has to harvest an animal, versus a few people who just didn't know at that point in time. That held up as well with both the elk and with the deer survey. How about in terms of constraints to hunting? Why aren't people going out enough? You'll remember that in this case that we went back 3 years, so some of these people didn't hunt, and we wanted to know why. Why did you not hunt? One was lack of time due to work and family obligations, followed by not drawing a tag. And so again, this was in an open-ended manner. We asked, what are the main reasons you did not hunt? These are the people who didn't hunt, although they had the opportunity by purchasing a tag or other means, and they were sort of, again, not enough time, family obligations. That was pretty mirror reflective between deer and elk. Didn't draw a tag, didn't hunt at all. That they were simply increasing their preference points, but they were in the survey because they certainly could be considered a deer or elk hunter. And then health issues. So again, time really dominating that, and that's reflective of society as a whole. How about in terms of your hunters, your deer and elk hunters on regulatory issues? It was clear that both deer and elk hunters prefer the current system in which drawing tags for a controlled hunt means many hunters are not able to hunt every year unless they hunt general season. And deer and elk hunters are split on the other options of less opportunities, increased chance of harvest, and more opportunities. Let's take a look at that because that'll be a little bit more clear. The question was, well, currently in Oregon, drawing elk tags or deer tags, we have the following on hunt deer every year. So we can take them separate, but this is elk and this is deer. Are not able to hunt elk every year unless they hunt a general season. Knowing this, which of the following do you most prefer? The top is less opportunities, increased chance of harvest. And I probably should have put this one in the middle. If I come back and do this again, or maybe we can switch this PowerPoint, because in reality, it's a sort of a bell-shaped curve. Less opportunity, increased chance of harvest, that you're not hunting every year. More opportunities, less chance of harvest. And then the current system to remain the same. And then some had not any preference on that. And that also held up as well for the deer in the corner. And finally, we asked about youth opportunities. We saw that most commonly hunters think that there are about the right amount of opportunities for youth to hunt in Oregon. And then regarding the importance of various aspects of youth hunting, simply providing more opportunities were more important to your elk and deer hunters. Let's take a look at those. A couple of questions here that we asked. We asked, do you think there are too many, about the right amount, or too few deer hunting opportunities for youth in Oregon? By far the most important, and the number here, not quite a majority, but is the about of right amount, and then too few. So these together, sort of about right or too few, is pretty high. 4% of your hunters said too many. And then that was reflected both in the deer and the elk portion of the survey. And then finally, we asked a number of different things in terms of youth, and asked them to give a mean rating for each of those in providing more hunting opportunities for youth. Providing more opportunities for youth to hunt during regular seasons with their family, with an average of about 7.8. Providing more opportunities for youth to hunt elk. These were, again, mirror questions for elk and deer. Providing controlled hunts that only youth can apply for at 7.1%, or points average. And then providing increased likelihood that youth will harvest an elk, about the same here, 7.1. So a really brief overview. I didn't feel brief, but it was, I promise. We can give you the 600-page report another time. Just sort of the highlights from bouncing from those topics that we thought were most important. I know Nick's going to come back up and we can answer any questions you may have. I can answer any methodological questions, anything in terms of putting these results in perspective with other states that we've done work for, or anything you might have on the public input process as well. Yeah, it's a little bit uncomfortable to come here to a public meeting and say, well, they don't reflect what's out there. But I think it's important. I think it's important to really know what you're dealing with. It may, but again, what I wanted to do is give you sort of that full range as you look not only at this issue or other issues. I was here, I don't know, it was a couple of years ago now when I presented the alternative funding survey that we did. It sounds like your human dimensions, in-house human dimensions experts are going to be presenting that study on wildlife values of all of your state's residents. This is, of course, because of its elk and deer hunting, we talk about elk and deer hunters. But we also have talked in numerous occasions to all the folks who live in the state. And so you're going to have to make decisions. That's what policy makers do. And so hopefully that was helpful and hopefully not unasked for in this presentation as well. So thank you. Thanks for allowing me to do work in this amazing state. If I didn't, I live in Virginia. I love Virginia. It's an amazing state. But if I wasn't from Virginia, I guarantee I'd be living out here. So I love coming out. So thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Mark. This is very meaningful, just like the 2402 task force bill that you did. That survey was very meaningful across the board. Commissioner Lappard.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to elaborate on that a little bit. Sidebar, I didn't get a chance to publicly thank you. I had the privilege of chairing the legislative task force to find alternate funding for ODFW, and I want to tell you that the survey information that you did was crucial in providing input to the legislature that helped us get this bill passed. And we've got $1 million from the legislature. We've got to raise another $1 million. So I just want you to know that your information does, it is important and it does produce results. So thank you for that. One question. In general, did the Oregon data mirror what other states where you've asked similar questions like Idaho and Montana, or were there any parts of this data that where Oregon were significantly different in some of the results?
Yeah, great question. First, I want to say thanks for those kind comments. I just had a huge milestone. I just turned 60. I've been wanting to do wildlife work since I was 8 years old. And you know, I knew I wanted to be a wildlife biologist when I was 8 years old. And so it's really meaningful to be able to contribute. So I really appreciate those words. So thanks a whole lot. The other thing I would say is that in some ways, a lot of the underlying hunters' values do mirror overall results that we see in separate states and nationwide. It's really important for hunters to be with friends and family, to have the opportunity to hunt, not just to kill something, but to have the opportunity to hunt. We call it the multiple satisfactions approach. There's lots of things. We see that hunting for a trophy is lower on the importance level. Again, I don't want to take away from anything because it's not as much of a majority rule as it is to understand that you have different publics out there of hunters. This just helps separate out in terms of what percentages of those where trophy hunting is important versus meat hunting or whatever else. So in terms of those overall underlying values for hunting, yes, I think they were quite similar. Motivations, reasons why they hunt. I was really interested in the meat with younger individuals, and I do think that locavore issue is going to be more important as hunters decline nationwide, coming from traditional view, you know, from a traditional hunting family. States are looking for other ways to increase their recruitment, retention, and reactivation of hunters, and I think that's one of those ways. The opportunity to go hunting is really important to hunters. The opportunity to see game is really important to hunters. With all of that said, I think you have a harder job than a lot of the agencies because of the limited resource. You just do. You have less elk and you have less deer than a lot of these states. Again, some of these states, we do a lot of the harvest studies for the agencies. Some of these people are harvesting, 8, 10 deer, and that's just not the resource here. I just presented to the Pennsylvania Game Commission. They have a very difficult job in terms of their deer management. I would think that if I had to say, I think you and Oregon, Pennsylvania Game Commission, and Michigan, probably the 3 agencies that have the toughest job in terms of managing hunters and opportunity. So I would say that those dissatisfaction levels are just tough because of the limited resource that you have.
Thank you.
I have
one statement, and that is, can we have a copy of this presentation? The other is, what percentage, you said you had 1,000 surveys, is that correct?
I probably wasn't as good as I should have been in terms of that. It was 2,000, it was 2,000 completes, 1,000 deer hunters, 1,000 elk hunters stratified by those two regions.
Okay, so those were the completed surveys. How many were actually put out?
Well, our overall response rate, it was probably close to 50%, which in this day and age is insane.
That's good.
Generally, it's like 10%. The wildlife value study we did for you, it's just tough to get people to do these. I can go back and get you the exact numbers, but we literally did not have anybody refuse to do the survey. Getting people is hard. You might have an answering machine. I might send you 2 or 3 postcards saying, hey, call us or do this online, and you never respond to me. So that was where our non-response came in this versus people saying, I'm not going to do your survey. I mean, the level of cooperation that we had was pretty incredible. So I do feel very good about this. I think if you did this exact survey again, if things didn't change, if you didn't make some rule that then changed people's minds that you're going to get almost the exact same results. At 1,000, you know that you don't have to do tens of thousands of surveys to get what's really there. Scientifically, if you do it randomly, if it's a probability-based survey, if you do 1,000 surveys of your elk hunters, I can tell you within reality that it's plus or minus 3%. If I say 50% say this, well, it's really between 47% and 53%. So it's about as spot on as you're going to get. And again, you would rather have a scientific survey like this as opposed to 2,000 versus even 10,000 coming in that might be biased in one direction or another. Again, those are important. All public comment is important. That's what I've devoted my entire career to, is understanding people in the context of conservation. All of it's important, and you want to hear what people have to say. But at some point, you're going to have to weigh how do you weigh different things in terms of the validity of each? Good question, good point.
Thank you.
A quick question. Now, towards the end of the presentation, when you actually got down to giving choices, I think I saw there that the biggest percentage preferred the current system to remain the same. Did I see that?
To put that in context, what that was is, Nick, is it this one?
I think so.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. It's important. Great question. It is. We asked currently in Oregon, drawing elk tags for a controlled hunt. So you've got the general hunt and the controlled hunt. Means many hunters are not able to hunt elk every year unless they hunt a general season. Knowing this, which of the following would you most prefer? So it's not just it's for the controlled hunts, and you're split between less chance, increased opportunity. Obviously, if somebody's hunting once every 10 years versus more opportunities, less chance of harvest, and then the current system for controlled hunts. And one of the things that, as I was studying this for the past couple of days to present, if you all have, I'm from Virginia, so I'm allowed to say y'all, or am I allowed to say y'all in Oregon? Y'all. If we were in Pennsylvania, it'd be Ewans. So, aren't you glad I'm not from Pennsylvania? Is that we have the opportunity, if you're looking at the results and you're like, well, Mark, who are these people versus these people in terms of age, in terms of weapon used or something, we can do that for you. That's easy. The data collection part of these is the expensive part, but the analysis, really, we can do those things. So however that works, if you asked Kurt or asked Nick, we can run these for you and do that. So this is just the surface of it, but there's a lot underneath it. So as you move into understanding it, who are the dissatisfied people? Who are the satisfied people? We can eke that out for you in terms of the cross tabulations and analysis.
I have a question for you. In the past, when I did these kinds of surveys, and let's just focus on satisfaction or other things, there's a term that you know that I can't remember, but it's people who have opted out years ago, like 15 years ago or 10 years ago, they were Oregon hunters, and they just said, too many people, too many Californians, whatever it is. What is that
Probably
term?
not, that would be a non-response bias issue.
Yeah, because I know there were cold calls done. For example, I did this at Yosemite, and we were doing a master plan. And so the question was to this person, have you ever been to Yosemite? And the answer was yes. And do you still go? No. And then the follow-up question was, why not? And I
Great
can
question.
imagine that with a response on an Oregon hunter, I've heard them. I told you some of them that I've heard. But
Yeah, great question. Whenever you do this, you have to make a decision on what your sample population is going to be. And that is why we went back 3 years
Right.
as opposed to just 1 year. Maybe if we went back 10 years, you'd see something different. Great question, and I can't answer that.
Well, my follow-up was just from your general experience, would you expect, unless there were major changes by an agency or in a habitat, that you would expect to get similar answers over time?
Similar answers from this, the people who are still sort of in that pool. And I didn't put this in here, but I read it this morning that the people who answered our survey were people who purchased a deer or elk tag, applied for a deer or elk hunt, and purchased preference points. So within the past 3 years.
Yeah.
So it sounds like your question is, would it be different if we went back 10 years?
Exactly.
Good question. Gosh, as a scientist, I'm always scared to say.
You know,
I would say that I would be willing to bet when we do a lot of studies like that, sort of your ex hunters, and it's always what's the difference between an ex hunter versus a lapsed hunter versus an active hunter. I would say, I mean, the first thing you're gonna get is just age and health. One of the things that I think is really interesting, and one of the truisms that we see, is that we always think we're gonna really work hard our whole lives, and then we're gonna retire, and we're gonna hunt and fish and wildlife watch and go to parks. And a lot of research just doesn't show that. A lot of these people are dropping out because of health reasons. Where on that continuum dissatisfaction toward agency decisions has something to play, I would say, Mike, if you really push me, I'd say I don't think it would be that high, given that the people who are doing it now aren't blaming you for some of these issues.
Yeah.
You know, it's just, can somebody who loves to eat abalone really blame you for the abalone decrease?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You can make really good decisions, but that would probably be where I would. Really good question.
In the example I used, it's like the law of diminishing returns. Too crowded. It's not the focus of the quality I had when I was younger. It's changed. We hear some of that about,
Yeah.
fishing and so forth. It's too many people, the law of, diminished game and availability.
Yeah,
So,
great
curious, thank you.
The other way to get that would be to do non-residents, is that, or, to go back to maybe working with California or someplace else and look at the people who are going to other states to hunt.
Okay. Commissioner Biddle.
Question on the youth information. Parents, youth, how'd you gain that information?
These, great question. These are hunters' attitudes toward opportunities for youth, not youth.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I should have made that more clear. We've done a lot of studies. We actually did a study a few years ago called Factors Related to Hunting and Fishing Participation Among the Nation's Youth. But, excuse me, getting information from youth requires a lot of legal hurdles beforehand. So great viewpoint on that. These are I was going to say the old guy. These are the adults talking about opportunities for youth. Yeah.
Okay.
Because sometimes in some states that we work with, those impact their perceived opportunities. Well, if you're giving this opportunity to hunt an elk for youth, how does that impact me?
Okay.
Chair Finley, just in closing, I wanted to follow up on Commissioner Zarnowitz's question about, yes, we can definitely provide the PowerPoint from today. It is also going to be posted on our website with all of our commission materials. But I did want to highlight while Mark mentioned the massive package we got of results, we did boil that down into a 166-page document. that has a written narrative summary and then all of the figures showing those findings. And we have made that available to the commission earlier, but with new commissioners, we can do that again. We've posted it on our website and included it in the public news release for this commission meeting as well.
Last opportunity. Mark, thank you very much.
Thank you, really appreciate it.
Director?
Yep, thanks, Mark. Mr. Chair, that takes us to the public forum portion of the agenda. We do have a couple of folks signed up. First up would be Mr. Jim Hutchins to talk with you about the Illinois River and some fishing issues. Here comes Jim. 3 minutes, Mr. Chair?
Sure. Take a break, go ahead and do it. I plan on taking a fixed break after the two public, but certainly by 10 o'clock, before we can start going into the agenda, just for your personal planning. Okay.
Yeah, I've got it. We ready? Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Administrator, Mr. Chairman, fellow commissioners, thanks for this time. I'm passionate about salmon, the most resilient animal on the planet. I'll start now. In order to protect spawning shunk salmon and coho salmon in the Illinois River, I am asking the Commission to consider a closure of trout fishing from October 1st to December 31st. The beach closed would be from Pomeroy Dam downriver to Camp Creek, just below $8 Bridge. That's an 11-mile stretch of the Illinois. Over the past 16 years, as an unofficial counter for ODFW, I have observed numerous incidents of salmon snagging in the Kirby area. This is about a quarter-mile section, maybe a half-mile, that has as many as 14 or 15 reds in October and November, and they have been targeted day and night because of limited access in an area where illegal camping and drug use is. By the time I call state police, snaggers quickly leave. They know my white head, even if I disguise myself. I have seen some with guns. Four-wheel drive trucks and even bicycles find a way in and out to escape. As I walk downstream under Finch Bridge, two snaggers are sitting and waiting for salmon, as they do every day in October and into November. The salmon have a narrow 15-foot slot, 5 to 7 feet deep, where they have to swim. It's like going through a combat zone. Many of them don't make it. By observation, the same road is traveled, moving upstream along willows in 3 to 5 feet of water, pods of 5 to 9 fish, okay, milling and passing, waiting under the bridge, and then trying to go through that slot. Then in November, snaggers are still there waiting for even larger pods of coho salmon. With low water the past year, 69 cubic feet per second at Kirby, on November 15th, I did not observe any Chinook on the east fork of the Illinois River. At a request from ODFW fish biologist, I extended my count there to November 15th, and still no signs of reds or salmon. Oregon State Police have a very tough job with limited access to this site and find the snaggers gone by the time they arrive. If the river is closed to trout fishing, October through December, anyone fishing or snagging can be seen and apprehended by state police. Salmon numbers are declining in the Illinois River, but I truly believe that a closure covering these prime spawning beds will help preserve these valued runs. And I'm not sure that's possible right now, but as soon as possible it could be. And we talked last night about the value of a salmon, maybe $400 or $500 a piece. So I ask you, if this were the last few salmon in the Illinois River, what would their value be then? Thanks for your time. Any questions?
Yes, commissioners? Mr. Biddle?
So Jim, how do you become an unofficial counter for ODF&W?
Well, I just have a love for fish. I'm a fisherman and hunter myself, and I've been counting salmon in Bear Creek in the Illinois Valley, in the Bear Creek Valley since 1994, and then for the last 16 years in Illinois Valley. The reason I started in the Illinois, I asked one time how the fish runs were 16 years ago, and nobody knew because they couldn't fly over and check the reds. Apparently that's how they checked for reds and salmon at that time. So I thought, I'm going to go on hands-on and get on and do the survey using the protocol from ODFW, 3 or 4 sites, same spot every week through the spawning season, recording reds and numbers of fish traveling around the reds.
Well, I checked the other day, the CFS flow at Kirby was 23. You and I have talked that possibly by they show up, it could be 12 to 13 CFS when these salmon start showing up.
It could be.
That's incredibly dangerously low. Another question, you have a program with kids, and you've been doing this a long time as far as a river steward. How many different high schools or different schools do you work with?
I work with 6 high schools and 3 colleges.
Okay.
And I'm there at least twice a month to all those schools along the coast and in the inland.
So you're really compassionate for what you got going here. I like the data you gave us. It's very concerning.
In fact, the idea for this closure came from the kids, because they were with me when they saw the snagger and said, we got to do something about this. We don't want to lose our salmon.
So this particular area you're thinking about closing or wanting to close, how many river miles is that?
That's 11.
11.
Any other questions?
Jim, I appreciate,
Commissioner Wall.
thank you. I appreciate what you're doing and also how difficult it is to come up with a solution. Do you know, and it sounds like this idea came to you first from talking with all the kids that you do, which is terrific. Do you know if it's been tried anywhere else to close trout in order to protect, to just shut it down so that there isn't the chance for this kind of poaching?
I didn't understand the question.
Do you know if it's been tried anywhere else to close the trout fishing in order to protect the Chinook and the other fish there?
There has not been, but there's not much of a trout fishery. The fish caught would be smolts probably. There's very few rainbows. Selmac Lake is stocked with trout and bass, and that's a fishery for the youth there. So virtually nobody fishes that river during the summer in that section that I know of. And I'm there almost once a week the year round, so.
Thank you.
Okay, hold your place a minute. Captain Thomas, could you come up for a few minutes? I talked to him about this yesterday, so he's not, I wouldn't do that to you either. You and I talked yesterday, so this isn't to put you on the spot, just so the rest of you commissioners know. But I thought you might be interested in the perspective of what else they hear or see in the Illinois drainage, so I've asked him to come up. Go ahead, Casey.
Good morning, Chair Finley, members of the Commission, Director Melcher. For the record, my name is Casey Thompson, Captain of our Fish and Wildlife Division for the State Police. I can tell you that in the past year or so, we have had 5 or 6 complaints. And when we get these complaints, unfortunately, we hear about them after the fact. And that section, I should just say our response up there is limited, especially in the fall. As you know, we have other priorities that we're working with big game season and snagging issues on the road. And so for our Grants Pass troop, it's a half-hour response. It's probably an hour for our Central Point troopers as well. So I don't know if that directly answers your question or what you're looking for, but I'm happy to answer any questions that anyone has.
Could I speak to that?
Sure.
If I were to do the fish counts on a particular day, and we could meet there, perhaps we could go together. And I would feel safer, and I think we could apprehend people. Anybody with a fishing rod, if it's closed, is gonna be targeted. The way it is now, if you see somebody fishing, they could be fishing for trout. And we're only talking about a quarter-mile section that I think together we can attack.
Okay.
So,
Mary? Okay.
So, okay, I heard 11 miles and I heard a quarter mile. So, I mean, the quarter mile section is the problem section.
that's the problem section, yeah.
Well, thank you, Casey, for coming up. Would you mind, you two talk for a few minutes, maybe in the back of the room?
Chair Finley, absolutely. We'll talk
Yeah.
after this.
And thanks for coming.
Thanks for your time.
Appreciate your time.
Mr. Chair, next up under public forum is Mr. Kelly Forney. Forney, I'm not sure if I probably mispronounced his name. Come on up.
Good morning, Chair Finley, Director Melcher, Commissioners. Thank you for your service to the wildlife and the people of Oregon, and thank you for hearing me this morning. I'm Kelly Forney, speaking on behalf of the Umpqua chapter of the Oregon Hunters Association. I'm a board member with the chapter and a volunteer agent for ODFW in Roseburg. I have extensive experience with cougars, having worked on the Harcum Cougar Study in the 1970s, the Jackson Creek Cougar Study in the 1990s, North Umpqua Cougar Study in the 2000s, and the Cougar Administrative Removal of 2016 through 18. I also provide volunteer predator control using trained hounds for livestock owners. I'm a lifelong resident of Douglas County, Oregon. Today I bring a request from the Umpqua chapter of OHA for a maintenance program extension to the administrative cougar removal that was conducted in the East Umpqua area of Douglas County. A 3-year administrative removal was completed in 2016 to 2018 to reduce livestock damage and human safety issues related to cougars. Using the 2006 Cougar Plan with its Zone B density of 11.7 cougars per 100 square miles, there was an estimated 180 cougars in a 1,508 square mile area east of I-5 within the checkerboard BLM land ownership in Douglas County. The goal of administrative removal was to remove half or 90 cougars over 3 years using ODFW volunteer agents, and the results were amazing as follows. 2016, the first year, it took 18 weeks to remove the targeted 30 cougars. The second year, it took 41 weeks to remove the targeted 30 cougars because of the ice and snow and limited access to roads. 2018, it took 24 weeks to meet the objective of 30 lions. The total cost of the administrative removal was $32,269. Interestingly enough, less adult female cougars than expected were removed, indicating a higher population density than the Cougar Plan by ODFW. It's our observation that cougars are rapidly dispersing back into the East Umpqua area as well as reproducing there. We propose a 15 cougar per year administrative removal for the next 3 years to maintain the reduced level of cougars and not lose the benefits realized in the 3-year administrative removal. Benefits of this administrative removal have been reduced livestock damage, and I've attached a letter from the Douglas County Livestock Association attesting to that fact. Reduced human safety issues, and increase reported by hunters in visible and huntable ungulate population. The 2017 Cougar Management Plan on page 65 addresses the benefits of maintenance removals. I'd like to quote a small section of that. Quote, assuming the target area removal efforts are successful, additional control efforts will have to account for young cougars migrating into the target area to ensure the goals are met. Control activities could consist of continuing removals at a lower annual objective or return to the same intensive levels after the initial effort has been completed. Due to challenges like agent training, upfront, and implementation costs, continuing with reduced take is far more efficient and economical than repeating a target area years later, end quote.
You're gonna have to sum it up.
Sum it up. At no cost to the department, the volunteers that have done the removal will do it again. We ask that you grant an extension to the successful administrative removal program and maintain the gains that have been made. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, questions, comments? Okay. Director, you have a comment or anything on this?
No, Mr. Chair.
Okay,
Good.
thank you.
You're welcome.
That brings us to my old friend, Mr. Steve Byerland, waiting patiently here in the room.
Thank you. I'm Steve Byerland, Gold Beach. I've spent 49 years working on Rogue River fisheries issues, and I am currently contracted with the Curry County as a consultant on fisheries. I have two subjects to speak about. Spring Chinook salmon is the hatchery fish, and spring Chinook salmon on the rogue wild fish. The Corps of Engineers was charged with an obligation of producing 13,020 hatchery fish back to the hatchery annually. Now those were adult fish, not jacks or wild fish of hatchery origin. Recently, the Corps of Engineers talked at a hearing with Jackson County Commissioners and told Jackson County Commissioners that they had no obligation to bring back any number of fish. It wasn't in the authorization document of 1962. However, the EIS, which is the enforcement arm of NEPA, says that they're to bring back 13,020 adults to the hatchery annually. Currently, the last 4 years, the returns have been just over 3,000, over 10,000 short of the required number. That relates to a huge economic impact. And the Econ Northwest did a salmon study on the rogue of economic value of the Rogue River salmon. It included steelhead, coho, fall chinook, and spring chinook. Spring chinook by far being the most valuable. And the less fish there are, the higher the value. The value of Rogue River spring chinook, according to Econ Northwest study, is $1,824 per fish. So if you multiplied out 10,000 times 1824, you're talking 18 to 16 million dollars, annual loss, and it goes much farther back than that. The last 14 years, the hatchery has been in dire need of bringing back those fish. When the Corps made their presentation to Jackson County and said they had no number of fish they were supposed to bring back, and cited the authorization document of 62, they did not have a copy of the EIS. The Corps contacted me and asked me for a copy. Now, if they don't have a copy of the EIS that tells them how to manage the hatchery and how to do mitigation, how can they then relate that to ODFW? ODFW has been put in a real hard spot here, public opinion on the hatchery. The hatchery belongs to the Corps of Engineers. 4 years ago, ODFW asked them to fix the water system to the hatch house. Still not fixed, 4 years later. Lost over 1 million fish this year in the hatch house. Very difficult for ODFW to be able to produce the number of fish coming back to the hatchery that is obligated by the EIS without direction from the Corps and better funding from the Corps. I feel that ODFW is in a rock and hard place because they work for the Corps in 7 mitigation hatcheries in the state. And so for ODFW to criticize or say much to the Corps puts them in a bad position, because if the Corps kicked them out of those hatcheries, the trout production for the state of Oregon would certainly suffer greatly, And so I feel the ODFW is very careful about what they say to the Corps or how they approach it.
You're out of time, sir. So, thought, something.
Well, I wish I had more time, I've given you the written documentation.
Well, we have your written
If
documentation.
you'll read through that, I'd appreciate it.
Hang on a minute. Any questions,
No, appreciate you coming, Steve. Good seeing you again, and we will continue to work with you on the Corps of Engineers issues.
I have a brief comment. Jim Hutchison was just up here, and I think his memory's getting a little faulty, you know. I was looking at an article last night from 1994 where he was working on, he said he'd been working on the Illinois River for 16 years. It was on the Illinois River with Jim Hutchison. It was a long article about him and his kids working there on the Illinois. So.
One question here, I guess, is.
Okay, Bob.
What as a commission, do we have any options in this? Is there anything that we can do as a commission?
I'll let the rector answer that.
Yeah, I think at this point, no. We'll engage you as we need to, but at this point, no.
Yeah, this was informational only, you know. So.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, that concludes the public forum. We do have a number of temporary rules, I believe, 19 plus one, which you're getting delivered to you in a standalone memo from Ed Bowles. So 20 temporary rules that require ratification, and then that will conclude the report.
Okay, so before we go into the temporary rules, I just want to thank you, Mr. Forney and Mr. Byerland and Mr. Hutchins for coming. As you probably know, public comment, we can't take action at that meeting for a number of reasons. But it does alert us to issues that are in your mind and in your community's mind. So again, just thank you for coming. And now we will address the temporary rules. So commissioners, you have the temporary rules before you. I'm missing my old friend Bob Weber, who used to always do the temporary rules. I could always depend on him to do that. So if you're satisfied, if you understand the temporary rules, you don't have questions, I would entertain a motion. Commissioner Wall.
I do have a question actually on number 5. So the rest of them I don't, but that one I do. I would appreciate a chance to talk about that and make sure I understand exactly what's happening there.
Okay, you want to take that, Greg?
Sure, I know I have Ed here in the room as well. So, rule number 5. This is, Chair Finley and Commissioner Wall, this is the rule implementing the closed area at the mouth of the Chutes River that you all directed me to implement at the August commission meeting. The thermal refuge, yeah, precisely.
So this one puts in place what we talked about at the last meeting, is that right?
Chair Finley and Commissioner Wall, that is correct.
And the timing is, it says through the end of December. I heard somebody talk about that it was ending September 15th, but it goes through the end of the calendar year.
I believe there's a couple different rules in play here. Ed's coming forward, but the closure at the mouth of the chutes is through September 15th. There are some other closures here that are included in this rule in the lower Columbia River that extend beyond that, actually, to the end of the year.
Yeah, Ed Bowles, Vista Division Administrator. Director is correct. I didn't need to come up here.
Appreciate having you, though.
I just want to follow up a little bit on this. The reason I'm asking the question is that the steelhead numbers are alarmingly low. The temperatures have been frighteningly high, or at least high. And so if we are able to extend this at least through the time where we still may have some higher temperatures, or where the Deschutes at least is cooler, and that's the refugia area that we have, then I would appreciate extending this part also at least longer, and if it goes through the end of the year to be consistent, that's fine.
Okay, go ahead.
Chair Finley and Commissioner Wall, so you'll notice through other temp rules also in your packet that there is no steelhead harvest all the way up to McNary now. And so if you're talking about the lower river of the Deschutes, and this was put in place partially, I mean, it was related to the thermal closure. The reason for that date is that there is no thermal connection there. The Deschutes is, the thermal characteristics have changed. If there is interest in doing more because of concerns with steelhead, which you know, is a legitimate concern for the conservation needs, I just want you to be aware that there's no targeted steelhead harvest fisheries occurring anywhere below McNary now for Oregon. And the tributary, though, is a separate issue. This lower part of the tributary that is also closed would open, if I understand it correctly, don't have the district staff here, but I think that would open mid-month. And that could be adjusted if it's the commission direction.
So I'm not sure I understood exactly what you said there.
So the rolling closures that are now in place, there is now no steelhead fishing in the main stem Columbia, which was the original intent of this, was to close all fishing there, and then the boundaries were set up such that the fall Chinook fishing would still be allowed outside of this area. We don't have area closures per se, but the targeting of steelhead hatching wild has now been shut off throughout the Columbia.
Does that mean the same as no fishing, or are you,
There's fall Chinook fishing.
but not steelhead?
Correct. So the question is whether or not you desire something in the lower Deschutes for a complete fishing closure or not. And right now, I think if I understand it, I will have to check on this to confirm, but I think this steelhead component in the lower river, or fishing in general, would reopen mid-month. I mean, yes, mid-September. Mm-hmm.
So we would need to pull this one off and change that so that the fishing continues to be closed in the Deschutes mouth area beyond September 15th.
But it'd be closed for everything.
Thank you.
Mr. Lampard. You want to comment on that? Go ahead.
I did also want to mention that don't fall victim to the warm water rhetoric. In actually, the temperatures in the Columbia this year have been average. They've not been warmer than average. The Columbia is not warmer than normal. It is actually normal this year, unlike a couple previous years.
2015.
Yeah, exactly.
So thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't profess to take the place of Commissioner Weber, and nobody can take the place of Commissioner Weber, and I don't plan to make this motion every time, but I will for this case. Mr. Chair, I move approval to adopt the temporary rules 1 through 19 that we received in our commission packet dated September 11th.
Been moved by Commissioner Lampard, and seconded by Commissioner Spellbrink. Any further questions or comments? Call the question. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No.
Oh, where's the additional?
This one?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I
But
see
did your
that.
motion include the additional one that was included in terms of the tan agenda and the white individual memo from Ed Bowles?
Thank you, yes.
Okay, so you amended your motion to include 635-041-0075.
That we just received, yes, thank you.
Okay, so I heard a unanimous vote yes, so it's,
Mine was a no.
oh, yours was a no, okay. So we have one no. And so we to adopt these rules.
And Mr. Chair, that concludes the director's report.
Okay. Now we move to Exhibit A. Approval of the minutes. We're going to take a break for 15 minutes. So we'll be out and about, be able to talk to you, and do Exhibit B.
Do A first.
Blacked out this morning. Gonna do Exhibit A. Commissioners, any comments on the minutes as written, other than grammatical or subject-verb agreements or some other technical thing, which we always allow to be corrected? If not, do I hear a motion to approve the minutes?
I move, we approve the minutes as written.
Okay. You did that, Mark? Okay. Yeah. So it was moved by Commissioner Spellbrink and seconded by Commissioner Labhart. Indicate by saying aye. And Commissioner?
Yeah, I wasn't here, so I
Yeah,
abstained.
you abstained, and for the reason that you weren't here. So. Passes unanimously by 6 commissioners and 1 abstention. Okay, now we go to Exhibit B. Commercial and recreational fixed gear regulations. Kelly Corbett.
Chair Finley, Director Melcher, good morning, Commissioners. For the record, my name is Kelly Corbett. I'm the Commercial Crab Project Leader with the Marine Resource Program, and this is Troy Buell, State Fisheries Management Program Leader. Today, I'll be presenting a regulatory package for both changes to both the commercial and recreational fixed gear regulations on 3 separate issues. These issues include whale entanglement mitigation measures, crab biotoxin management measures, as well as crab season opening measures. Most of these recommendations that we'll be recommending today are in effect only the commercial Dungeness crab fishery. However, we will also be proposing whale entanglement mitigation measures for other commercial fixed gear fisheries and the recreational crab fishery. I will be walking you through the whale entanglement mitigation recommendations we have for you today, and Troy will be walking through the second 2 issues. Beginning with whale entanglement mitigation measures, this is whale entanglement is a problem that we are trying to actively address to protect whales and to allow whales and our fixed gear fisheries to coexist off Oregon. This regulatory package focuses on informational measures and precedes a planned regulatory package for commission deliberation this next spring that will focus on reducing risk of entanglements. I'll walk through briefly a little bit of background on whale entanglements. In the past couple of years, our ODFW's efforts to reduce our risk of entanglement, propose regulatory changes for you today, and our next steps moving forward to address this issue. Very briefly, the photographs that you're seeing is an entanglement event that was observed off Monterey, California. This is one of 2 humpbacks that was identified with Oregon Dungeness crab gear in 2015, and was identified. This particular event was identified by the buoy tags on the surface gear, and that is the photograph at the bottom. The illustration is what disentanglement response team believes was occurring underneath, and is an artistic depiction of what they think was occurring. This graph is the number of confirmed whale entanglements on the West Coast by year. So includes fixed gear fishing gear, and all fishing gear presumed along the entire West Coast, including Washington, California, and Oregon gear. While gray whale entanglements have remained relatively low and consistent over time, a large increase, as shown on this graph, has been attributed to humpback whale entanglements, beginning in 2014 and continuing through last year. Also of note is the appearance of blue whale entanglements beginning in 2015. And NOAA suggests that this increase of entanglements in these recent years is due to a dynamic combination of factors, including the distribution of whales and the prey that they're feeding off of, moving and switching between prey items that are potentially getting them in closer to items, the prey, anchovies, that whales, that come in closer to the shore and have a more of an overlap with our fixed gear fisheries, primarily our Dungeness fishery. In addition, changes in fishing patterns that can be contributed to some delay in openings that have increased effort and gear in the water later into the season. Primarily, this was a big factor in 2015 with substantial delays along the entire West Coast due to Demoic acid events. And then also, NOAA believes a contribution to this increase can also be to increased awareness about this issue and the addition of additional public awareness and public reporting of entanglements. This graph is confirmed whale entanglements on the West Coast by observation month from 2013 through last year. This is a total of 222 events, entanglement events, and the increase of entanglements, as the graph shows, begins around the April-May timeframe and continues through October. And the increase for humpback whales is really beginning around the May timeframe. Just of note, the observation month is not necessarily, and what is unknown is the actual date that the whale is entangled. The observation date is when it was reported, and that is the date that we know about these entanglement events, not necessarily when the animals were entangled. This pie chart shows the sources of entanglements in the same time frame as the previous graph, 2013 to 2018. The biggest piece of this pie chart is 50% of the confirmed entanglements in fishing gear is of unidentified presumed fishing gear, where around 70% of this unidentified piece has surface buoys attached and line, but has been unmarked or is either unmarked or unreadable, and so not attributable to a specific fishery. The main goal of our recommendations for you today is to know more about this portion of the entanglements moving forward in the future, so that we know more about the sources and can strategically work with those fisheries to address this issue if Oregon fisheries are involved. Of the attributable gear, over 30% of the attributable gear is attributable to our commercial Dungeness crab fisheries along the West Coast. The largest piece of that has been attributed to the California Dungeness crab fishery, commercial, and then the additional pieces are also have been confirmed entangled in Oregon, Washington tribal gear, as well as some unknown commercial Dungeness crab gear of unknown state origin. Zooming in very briefly on the confirmed entanglement events in Oregon gear. These two graphs are the 12 entanglement events that have been confirmed with Oregon Dungeness crab gear. Different from the previous graph, this begins on record beginning in 2003. So the number of events is more than what was shown attributed in the pie chart in the previous slide, because the time frame starts earlier. The top graph shows that we have had an increase of confirmed entanglement events for humpback whales since 2010. That's when they began showing up with some Oregon Dungeness crab gear. involved in the entanglements. And the bottom graph, it shows the timing of the observation month that we have seen Oregon, or confirmed Oregon Dungeness crab gear involved. Beginning, we've had April through October. This indicates all of these, all 12 of these entanglement events have been reported anywhere from in waters off Washington down to Mexico, which is an indication that we do have, and similar to the picture that I showed on the initial slide, shows that there is indication that these whales can travel great distances with gear attached to them prior to being reported. Whale populations off the United States are protected, assessed, and managed by NIMS under the Marine Mammal Protection Act for all species, and additionally under the Federal Endangered Species Act for threatened and endangered species. Of the large whale species, as I showed on the previous graph, the 2 species off Oregon that have been confirmed entangled in gear originating off from Oregon fisheries includes grays and humpback whales. The eastern North Pacific stock of gray whales is the most prevalent stock off the West Coast, which has been recovered under the Marine Mammal Protection Act and the federal ESA, and was delisted in 1994. Within the eastern North Pacific stock, there's a small group also that feeds, called the Pacific Coast Feeding Group. The estimated population of this small group of grays that stay off Oregon waters to feed is only estimated to be a couple hundred animals. Although at this time, it's not been declared under stock assessments as a genetically distinct population, and so there's no formal listing of the Pacific Coast Feeding Group currently under ESA. Humpback whales off the West Coast are part of the California, Oregon, Washington stock, defined under the Marine Mammal Protection Act. Within this stock, the ESA lists 3 distinct population segments based on their affiliation with breeding grounds locations, including Hawaii, Mexico, and Central America. Humpbacks in Oregon and off California are estimated in the most recent stock assessments to be estimated entirely comprised of animals off the of the threatened Mexican distinct population and of the endangered Central American population. The Hawaiian distinct population is currently not listed as threatened or endangered under federal ESA. Based on these increased rates of ESA-listed humpback, blue whale, and a leatherback sea turtle confirmed entanglement in California Dungeness crab gear, the California Department of Fish and Wildlife was sued over their management of the Dungeness crab fishery and a lack of a strategic...
Kelly, can I interrupt you just for a second? Could you go back to the other graph? I just need a little clarification. So the area utilized by the gray whale is 2 to 2.5 nautical miles, and then the gray whale, the humpback, 100 fathoms. I'm not that familiar with 100 fathoms. So about what is the distance of that? How many nautical miles is that roughly?
100 fathom changes based on the along the coast, based upon the bathymetry.
So roughly?
The roughly mileage of the 100 fathom curve.
Is it 10 miles?
To give you a range.
10 miles, 2 miles, 4?
I know it's about 20 miles off the
Okay, it's way out.
King Garibaldi, and then as you off the central coast is further out because we have a wider shelf around Hecata Bay.
Okay, so it's
and
quite a
it's
bit.
narrower down on the south coast.
Okay, thank you, Troy. Thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
All right, so the lawsuit brought against the California Department of Fish and Wildlife by the Center of Biological Diversity was settled out of court through a signed agreement this past March, and resulted in emergency closure of the commercial Dungeness crab fishery coastwide in California on April 15th, which was a couple of months early, and it also required many requirements for future seasons until the California Department of Fish and Wildlife implements measures through a conservation plan to strategically reduce risk of entanglements. The legal deliberations surrounding this lawsuit and the subsequent settlement agreement has raised significant awareness for improving large whale protections in fixed gear fisheries across the West Coast. All 3 states now are in the initial development stages of conservation planning for these ESA listed whale species and reducing risk of Dungeness crab fishery interactions with them. These plans will be the foundation for an application to NIMS for an incidental take permit to continue operation of the commercial Dungeness crab fishery under this strategic plan to reduce our risk of entanglements. The management measures that we put in place to learn more about entanglements and to reduce risk of future entanglements today and in the coming year will be the basis of Oregon's conservation plan. Over the past 3 decades, there's been a number of regulatory measures taken for various reasons in the commercial Dungeness crab fishery, state-managed fishery in Oregon. These include efforts to reduce the number of permits and costs, increase accountability of the fishery through logbooks and buoy tags for marking gear, and incentivizing derelict gear retrieval from the ocean. Combined, these measures have allowed us to learn more about the fishery and has reduced our footprint of the Dungeness crab fishery off Oregon, which has ultimately reduced our risk of entanglements with whales as well. However, despite these measures having been in place for a number of years, we have still seen in recent years an increase in entanglements, as I showed in one of the previous graphs. Because of this, we've continued to work on this issue in many ways. In recent efforts, we've began collaborating with NOAA on co-occurrence for whale distribution and fixed gear co-occurrence modeling to assess risk. We've worked with NOAA on a fixed guide geared to allow disentanglers and NOAA and the entire West Coast to know more about the gear that's being placed in the ocean to be able to identify what's being involved in these entanglements. We've worked extensively with outreach with our fleet on this issue beginning in 2015 to better inform the fleet about these entanglements and raise awareness, but also solicit input on ways to address. We've also participated in a couple of workshops that the Pacific States Marine Fish Commission has initiated for looking, trying to develop and brainstorm gear modifications that could potentially help address this issue and make gear less likely to entangle whales. And also a workshop that looked at the most comprehensive review that NOAA has done to date in terms of all the entanglement events in recent years to learn more about mechanisms and potential ways to reduce our risk. We've also been a working member of the Oregon Whale Entanglement Working Group that was initiated by, requested by Oregon fishermen and convened by the Oregon Sea Grant beginning in May of 2017. The bulk of the group is made up of fixed gear fishermen, including Dungeness crab and sablefish fishermen, in addition to a recreational crab fisherman as well. Additional members of the group were marine mammal experts, disentanglement response team members, a fishing gear expert, the Oregon Dungeness Crab Commission, the West Coast Seafood Processors Association, a couple of non-governmental organizations, and ourselves. The primary goal of this group has been to develop short and long-term ways to address this issue and reduce our risk of entanglements. We've also began formulating a phased approach beginning last year after working with this group for over or close to 2 years, developing staff recommendations and a phased approach for whale entanglement mitigation measures. And these have really focused on at this point in time on 2 phases. The first of which we are proposing to you today, phase 1, to put in measures to help us learn more about entanglements, and the second phase, planning to bring to you this coming spring to reduce risk of entanglements. Very briefly, just two slides here on some significant efforts of the Oregon Whale Entanglement Working Group. Very early on, the group really did a lot of work in terms of trying to gather the information that we know about the issue, about the fishery, about whales off Oregon, and a very significant information gap about the knowledge of what our whales are doing off Oregon, where they are, and when they are off our coast is relatively a large information gap. And so we partnered with the Oregon State University Marine Mammals Institute and put together a grant to NOAA to begin some aerial surveys, partnering with the U.S. Coast Guard to better inform and know more about the distribution patterns of whales off Oregon. The beginning funding of this was given to the project by the Oregon Dungeness Crab Commission. So industry is very invested in this project in terms of getting it off the ground, and we were successful in getting an additional grant from NOAA to continue it on to be a total of 2 years of aerial surveys and small boat surveys in addition to those. And the picture on the left is a graphic of the transects that are flown by the Coast Guard and some initial survey data. The additional significant effort that the working group worked on was a best practices directive to increase awareness about this issue with their fleet and put forward some voluntary actions that the fishery could put in place to reduce our risk of entanglements. A third significant effort that I'd like to highlight from the working group's effort was a whale entanglement survey. This survey was sent out to all crab permit holders and had a response rate of just over a quarter of permit holders after sending it out an additional time to increase that response rate. But it did have relatively good representation of the diversity of the fleet in terms of the ports that crabbers are crabbing out of, the pot limits that they utilize within their tier permits, and the vessel size. 3 take-home messages really came out of the information that we got from the survey. 1, we have a significant amount of concern of entanglements within our fleet, and the fleet is wanting to address these concerns. Secondly, the fleet is following the respondents indicate that they're following most of the best practices for entanglement avoidance. And thirdly, that currently we have industry is a significant division of ways to address the issue in terms of reduction of risk. Utilizing the information from this fleet and the additional discussions after this survey, the working group developed a set of preliminary regulatory recommendations to address entanglements. Since the development of those preliminary recommendations, the group has decided to take a step back for now to allow the broader ODFW public process to help further and develop the risk reduction measures that we'll be working with the fleet on further this coming October. These preliminary recommendations from the working group have been the foundation of our phased approach to address this issue. We've also utilized many other mechanisms to inform the industry about these and also solicit input on them. These have included the items listed here, including public meetings with both the commercial fleet last October, a series of coastal meetings, primarily discussing this particular issue, and also a recreational public meeting to get input on recreational gear markings as well, occurred this July. We also communicate regularly through industry notices and an annual crab newsletter. We've had 2 Tri-State Dungeness Crab Committee meetings that are open to the public and that have been in discussions about whale entanglements and ways to address. We have a standing Dungeness Crab Advisory Committee that we work with regularly on issues to discuss and get input. We also brought forward a director's report to the commission here in June of this year to inform you about this issue and our plans to address moving forward. And then we have, for recreational gear markings, the department has done surveys both at public outreach events as well as some dockside surveys. Getting into the structure of our phased approach, I've already talked about the phase 1 is the basis of the recommendations where we are presenting to you today, with the target implementation date for the commercial Dungeness crab fishery would be the beginning of this next crab season, targeting December 1 opening, and based on our preseason testing protocols and our meat quality criteria, whether or not we're delayed or not, but it's to be in effect for this next crab season. Our target implementation date for a recreational gear marking proposal would be January, to allow some time for outreach and informing the public on how to comply with any new regulations. The second phase, we are really focusing on risk reduction measures. With our staff preliminary recommendation at this time is identical or very similar to what we presented to you in June, but would include a late season reduced pot limit with an associated buoy tag, as well as the initiation of a late season derelict gear program. We currently have a postseason derelict gear program, but we, as part of our preliminary recommendation for risk reduction, would be able to, in combination with the additional buoy tag of moving that derelict gear program forward, to be able to start removing any derelict gear earlier in the season. And would also include the permanent elimination of a 2-week gear removal period. I have also listed this phase. We felt that there was a significant need to reach back out with the fleet to further develop these phase 2 measures. And so we have planned an additional set of coastal meetings with our commercial Dungeness crab fleet this coming October. And then we'll further, to help us further develop what the specific mechanisms of this, of our risk reduction measures, and on whether or not to, how to approach the details of our staff recommendation for reduction of pots moving into the later season. And the target implementation, excuse me, for this second phase of measures would be the implementation in the spring of this next crab season. So, and that timing is still to be determined through discussions with our fleet. I also have listed on here potential need for future phases, just to highlight that under these conservation plans that we are developing, there may be a need to take further actions if we are not reducing risk to a certain level, or if our entanglement events rates go up, that we may have additional need for other measures. Getting into specifically our staff recommendations for you today, there's 3 that we are specifically related to enhancing marking requirements for fixed gear fisheries off Oregon. The first is a requirement of a registration of buoy color patterns for commercial crab buoys. This would require buoy color patterns to be registered with the department, and this measure would aid in identification of ocean Dungeness crab gear involved in whale entanglement events, where the buoy tags or the buoy brand numbers that are already currently required are not visible or seen or readable. The second recommendation we have for you today is for gear marking is the recreational crab gear marking, and this would require recreational crabbers in both the bay and ocean to label their buoys with their name or business name, and at least one of these additional pieces of identification: permanent address, a phone number, an angler ID, or a boat registration number. The third requirement we are proposing today is a requirement of identification markings on additional classes of commercial fixed gear buoys. This measure will require identifying information on buoys utilized in other state-managed fixed gear fisheries that are not already required. Identifying information may include a boat name, a documentation number, a registration number, or a commercial fishing license. One of those. The commercial bay crab fishery would be the largest fishery affected by this regulation, but will also require targeted fisheries that are targeting relatively small, very low volume fisheries, which include commercial harvest of octopus, coon stripe, and those type of species that are very rarely commercially harvested on Oregon at this time. The fourth line that I have on here that's not numbered is just an additional measure that's non-rulemaking, not proposing to you today, but just that we are enhancing for the commercial Dungeness crab fleet markings on the buoy tags by making those double-sided, because most of the entanglement events are captured primarily by photographs, and occasionally these have been flipped the other way and information could not be gleaned from them. This is a mechanism to allow us to glean more information from future events if they were to occur. These are all 3 of these, and the double-sided buoy tags, but the recommendations we have for you today are all included as preliminary recommendations from the working group. We've also received, through all these other outreach mechanisms, strong commercial and recreational industry support for these marking requirements. The fourth component or the fourth staff recommendation that we have for you today is recommending to establish a control date of August 14th, 2018, the effect for the late season commercial Dungeness crab fishery. The effect of a control date would be that only landings prior to that date would be considered in qualifying criteria during the development of any future limit on participation in the late portion of the crab season. The later months of the commercial crab season are where there is an increase in whale feeding aggregations off Oregon and when entanglements have been most often reported. While specific measures are still in development, it is possible that a future management measure could include some type of permit limitations in fishing effort in this later portion of our season. This control date would signal to the industry that future crabbing activity later in the season will not be considered, to avoid prospecting behavior and potentially reducing our risk in a time that we do not want to reduce our risk of entanglements. This implementing a control date was a preliminary recommendation of the working group. However, there's no recommendation at this time on changing to specifically use this type of system moving forward. The control date has no impact other than setting the date at this time. We will need future discussions, and there's limited support within our commercial Dungeness crab fleet for moving forward with the specific mechanism to neck down a potential effort in the later season. We still have significant discussions to have with our fleet on that specific mechanism. This establishing the control date just allows us to have that tool if we decide we need to have some type of later season limited entry. With this slide, that concludes the staff proposals for whale mitigation measures. I just have one last slide in terms of our next steps. Continue our development of our phase 2 measures to focus on reduction of lines in our later season. Bring back a package for those risk reduction measures to you this coming spring. Continue work on our conservation plan for compliance with ESA, and develop additional measures as needed. Chair Finley, Director Melcher, I can pause here for issue 1 questions, or if we can continue on.
No, we have 3 members of the public, so
we are going to walk through issues
Okay.
2 and 3.
okay. Why don't you go ahead and do those?
Okay.
Thank you, Chair Finley, Commissioners. As Kelly said, I'm Troy Buell, State Fisheries Management Program Leader with our Marine Resources Program out of Newport. And I'm going to step through the second 2 issues we have today, which are some continuing actions on management frameworks that we have in place for biotoxin management and for the season opening structure of the crab fishery. Starting with the biotoxin management measures. In crab, the biotoxin that we're concerned about is domoic acid. That's a naturally produced toxin from harmful algal blooms of the diatoms in the genus Pseudonychia. And when humans consume shellfish or crab that have taken up domoic acid in high levels from the environment, either through filter feeding or through eating other animals that have accumulated domoic acid, it can result in amnesic shellfish poisoning. Crab in particular are somewhat unique in that they tend to have higher concentrations of domoic acid in their viscera than in their meat. And viscera being the guts of the crab. And, excuse me, this has a couple important implications. One is the Food and Drug Administration federally sets threshold levels for domoic acid when we have to take an action. They've actually set a higher level for crab viscera at 30 parts per million than for any other type of seafood product, because people don't tend to eat the viscera. This also allows us an additional management tool. We call it evisceration, essentially just removing the guts. So when we have these situations where levels are at higher concentrations above the threshold in the viscera, but the meat is still safe, we can use this as a management tool. We can mandate that crab are eviscerated when they came from an area where we've detected those levels, and then it is still safe for human consumption. So that allows us to keep fisheries operating when we encounter these situations. We work closely with our sister agency, the Oregon Department of Agriculture, in managing biotoxins, including domoic acid, and that agency is responsible for implementing the FDA thresholds and for carrying out the testing programs, where our authority is to open and close fisheries, essentially, or establish other management measures. Our testing for domoic acid in crab began in the early 90s, and during most of the history of that testing, the blooms of Pseudonychia tended to occur mostly in summer. They're associated with warmer waters, and most of that was out of the system by the time that we were opening crab fisheries around the 1st of December. In fact, before 2015, we only had 2 instances where we had detections above the action levels in crab, and those resulted in delays. We didn't have active crab fishing going on at that time. As you can see in the table on the left, over the past 4 seasons, we've had to take action due to domoic acid detection in all 4 of the seasons since then. And the severity and the duration of those events has increased over that period of 4 years. And so you can see in the first year, we just had a delay for a little while. The following 2 seasons, we had both delays and had to do restoration orders in season on 2 of the seasons. And then this last season, we had actually 2 separate evisceration orders implemented as we had multiple detections throughout the year in different areas. In February of 2017, you'll see that was the first time we had an in-season detection of amylic acid. Well, we had active crabbing going on the water, and some of those crabs were going to market. And frankly, our agency's response, both on ODFW and ODA, was not very clear at that time. We did not have necessarily a good documented plan laid out for how we were going to respond to these events, having not dealt with them before. And so as a result of that, we worked with ODA to form a joint rules advisory committee over that summer to develop a plan and come up with the measures that we could put in place to respond to these kind of events. That RAC included members of the crab industry, fish dealers, fish processors, and we discussed also these issues through a number of other public venues, including public meetings, industry notices, and all the things that Kelly previously mentioned about whale entanglements and how we engage our public. That Rules Advisory Committee made a number of recommendations at the time, and this is a list of all the things, both regulatory and non-regulatory, that we have implemented since then. So we're checking off the boxes on those recommendations, essentially. And the overarching goal of the RAC, as I mentioned, was to be able to continue to harvest crab in the face of these increasing biotoxin events where it's feasible, and still keeping protection of human health as the #1 priority in that process. What that really boiled down to at the end of the day was more targeted management in time and space. So trying to just really target the areas and the times of crab that were being affected, and the use of evisceration as a management tool. However, some of the RAC recommendations, and you can see the full list in attachment 4 of your packet, required substantial systems development on our part to bring our systems up to speed to do the necessary tracking to follow their recommendations. The one that we're here to talk about today is a requirement for all crab landings to be reported on electronic fish tickets rather than paper fish tickets that have to be mailed in. This is important related to the more targeted spatial management because one of the other recommendations of the RAC was to break the Oregon coast up into 12 different harvest areas to be reported on fish tickets. Previously, we'd only had 1 harvest area for all of Oregon, essentially. Now we have these 12 harvest areas, and as things stand today, we've required, and this commission has adopted rules to require fish dealers, processors, and all the way down to the retail level, actually, to have records on hand of where those crab came from. But as the department, we don't have a database that we can go to and look up where the crab actually came from because our fish ticket system was not able to track multiple areas for a given landing. You know, it's just a technical fix that was needed. The good news is that we accomplished that technical fix over the summer, and so we're prepared to implement that recommendation today, and we are asking you to do that. This is going to increase the speed, efficiency, and effectiveness of both of our agencies in responding to biotoxin events and in identifying which crab may have came from an affected area. We've asked you to adopt a next working day deadline for submitting electronic fish tickets in this fishery, and we think that strikes a good balance between getting us timely information while not putting an undue burden on processors and dealers that may not have their staff that are authorized to work with the electronic fish ticket system on staff during weekends or holidays when the agencies are not. And with the way that we do the testing, we tend to get we get results during the week and we take actions very quickly. So we think this is a good balance between those two things. Also, I'd like to point out that we think that this will also be information that we can use to help with reducing the risk of whale entanglements, because it does give us more precise information than we used to have on the areas that crab are being harvested and where the crab fishery might be really active, albeit it is a fairly coarse scale of the 12 harvest areas along the coast. But it is better than what we have today. Our second recommendation is, you can see it's more of an administrative procedure, and that is to automatically adopt an evisceration order or a closure when we get the results that indicate that we need to do that.
As it stands today, we have to do temporary rules through 2 agencies to implement these, and when we're doing this multiple times a year, that can be a burden to staff to have to do that. And with Monica's good help, we've written a rule that automatically will do that when we hit those levels. And so it would implement evisceration if the viscera is adulterated, but the meat is not, and implement a closure if the meat is adulterated. To date, we're quite comfortable with recommending these automatic actions because to date, we haven't heard any reaction from our crab industry when we've implemented an evisceration order that says, no, you should have done a closure in this situation. However, we could still do a closure through a temporary rule if that was desired. If for any reason we thought that was better than an evisceration order at that time. Finally, 2 notes. This is how we already do things in the recreational fishery. When ODA issues a health advisory and establishes a biotoxin zone, recreational fisheries are automatically closed in that zone for crab. And Oregon Department of Agriculture is also intending, as I understand it, to implement similar automatic actions along these lines, although their rulemaking is on a different timeline than ours. We did have, as I mentioned, this was a recommendation of our Rules Advisory Committee, and we're just, again, trying to check those boxes off and get those recommendations through the process as we can. And it has good industry support from all the public interactions that we have had. So finally, our third issue that we have for you today has to do with some modifications to the procedures for opening the season each year. A little bit of background on that. Our department collaborates before each crab season with the industry to test the meat yield of crab. Meat yield is simply the weight of the picked crab meat divided by the weight of the whole crab. So if you catch 100 pounds of crab and you get 25 pounds of meat out of it, you have a 25% yield recovery rate. That's one of the targets that we shoot for. Crab grow by molting each summer, and as they it takes a couple months for them to fill up their new and larger shells with the tasty meat that everybody loves to eat. And the timing of that molt and fill out process can be variable, and so that's why we do the testing to make sure that the product that's going to market when we open up the crab season is of a high quality. We have an agreement between the states of Washington, Oregon, and California. It's called the Tri-State Protocol that sets out our testing procedures, our criteria, and our decision-making process for opening the crab season each year. The criteria themselves are can be different depending on what area of the coast you're on. So north of Cascade Head, we have a 23% criteria to open the season, and south of Cascade Head, we have a 25% criteria. That has to do with historically, the crab have at times filled out slower to the north than they have to the south. And so that's how things stand today. The protocol is periodically modified through meetings of the Tri-State Dungeness Crab Committee. We had one of those meetings this spring, and then those modified agreements need to be adopted by each state through their regulatory processes. So in Washington and Oregon, that's a commission process. In California, many of their crab regulations are actually legislative, including ones related to these season opening criteria. So they have to go through a legislative process, which often puts them on a longer timeline for getting these things actually adopted into their state than in Washington or Oregon. So there are 2 significant changes agreed to at this 2019 Tri-State meeting, both of which are intended to increase the flexibility of the agency's decision-making in getting crab fisheries open when and where crab are ready to be harvested. If any of you are very detail-oriented and read the filing documents, notice a need in your packets, you may have noticed there was actually a 3rd change that we had talked about in there, which was reducing the criteria south of Cascade Head from 25% to 24%. The states essentially could not come to agreement in time for this next crab season. We did get pretty good industry support for that measure in Oregon, so I do expect this may be coming back up in future seasons, but we're not ready to go with that one right now, so it's not in your packet, and it's not in the Tri-State agreement that you have in your packet that we're asking you to adopt today. So the first change that we are moving forward with is to increase the number of areas that can be established with different opening dates. Historically, the protocol has restricted that number of areas with different opening dates to 2. So you could have like a north area and a south area, and they would have different opening dates. people would choose to fish in one opener or another. I'll get into that a little more in a few minutes. There has been other reasons like domoic acid closures or tribal agreements that have led to there being more than 2 areas that have different opening dates, but not for meat yield. That's been restricted to only 2 areas. So the change here is to allow more than 2 areas. The revised protocol does not define the boundaries or how many areas we might have. That would be left to the decision process that we have before the season, and that involves consultation with our crab advisory committee and the decision making with the other 2 states. Because of the sort of complexity of these issues, I don't foresee us having a high number of areas being open under different dates. I think 3 or 4 in the tri-state area would probably be where we'd land when we need to do that. The second change is an adjustment to what we call the drop dead date, which is the latest date that we open the fishery, even if the crab have not filled out at that point, and sometimes you just need to get a fishery going. There's some density dependence, perhaps, in how crab fill out, so sometimes it may be necessary to start harvesting crab so that the other crab can fill out when they're competing with each other for food. The proposed change that we have before you today is to move that date, drop dead date from January 15th to February 1st, but only under certain circumstances, because we do have some concerns with delaying the season too far, mostly related to whale entanglements or perhaps biotoxin blooms that might be occurring as the waters start to warm up. The first of those kind of special conditions for this additional delay would be that we have the criteria at a lower level for most of the coast. So the criteria for this delay would be crab would have to be below 23% coast-wide, which would be an extraordinarily low level for that time of year. So we think this would likely only be implemented in years where we do see kind of extraordinary circumstances in terms of the rate that crab are filling out. The second criteria is that the language in the Tri-State Protocol mandates that the agencies consider other risks that may come into play, such as whale entanglements or biotoxins, by delaying to February 1. So as an example, if we had some idea that whales were going to show up earlier in the season than normal, start their migration patterns earlier, and NOAA is working on some predictive modeling of whale distributions that they're hopeful they may be able to provide this kind of information in the future, we might decide we don't want to set crab gear later to reduce overlap between whales and crab gear. And there's a little bit of the dynamic of the crab fishery that's important to understand here. When the crab fishery starts, all the gear pretty much goes in the water at once, 160,000 pots or so off Oregon. And much of the crab is caught in the first couple months of the season. And as that productivity starts to decline, gear starts to come out of the water. Some boats move on to do other things. Other boats stick around and continue to crab fish, and markets tend to change around as well. And so as you push that opening date back, you push back the time of year that the bulk of the crab gear is going to be in the water. And that's an important consideration for whale entanglements. And so we wanted to be sure that we had the flexibility to consider those kind of things before we went to a February 1st opening date. Again, California is not going to be able to implement these measures in time for this crab season, but they are essentially happy to work with Oregon and Washington as we implement them ahead of California, and that's because they have to get legislative changes to implement some of these changes. Both of these have received strong industry support from Oregon and were adopted through the Tri-State Committee. The final recommendation related to season opening is not a change to the Tri-State Protocol, it's a change to Oregon regulations to clarify that we are consistent with Washington and California, and the intent of the Tri-State Protocol is something that we call fair start. And this relates to when we have 2 areas with different opening dates. So fair start is a mandatory stand down period of 30 days when you fish in an early opening area before you can go fish in a later opening area. The north opens first, and I own a crab boat and I go fishing in the north. I have to wait until 30 days after the south opens before I can go fishing in the south. And that's to prevent effort shift between these areas and really high concentrations of effort in any given area. In Oregon, we also allow barging. Barging is a term we use to describe the activity of one vessel taking another vessel's pots out in the water and deploying them. They can't pull the pots, they can't take the crab from the pots, but they can help set the pots essentially. It's a mechanism to get, again, gear out quickly. It helps smaller boats get their gear out all at once because they can't take as much gear at a time.
Excuse me, Troy, could I ask a quick question on the fair start? It sounds like you're finished on that one, but is the definition intended to make things fair between boats or among boats, or is it intended to decrease entanglements and other problems?
So this is that's an interaction issue between boats. It's among boats. It's to make things fair between boats. That fair term is subjective. But there is not everybody in the crab fleet loves fair start provisions, but the majority do support them. And essentially, again, it stops excessive effort concentration as all the crab are caught in one area, and then the boats that participated in that area moving immediately to another opener and getting kind of two openers. That's the intent of that regulation. So the intent of the regulation that we're asking you to adopt today is simply to clarify that the activity of barging does not count as fishing for fair start. So you can go ahead and do barging and not be subject to fair start and go fish in the area that you choose to fish your own vessel in, essentially. This has no impacts to the industry that we know of. This is how we've been operating things, but our regulations are not clear in that regard, and we think it's useful to clarify them. In summary, we have 3 different issues with a number of recommendations for you today. On the whale entanglement mitigation, the first 3 relate simply to identifying all the fixed gear that is out there in the water so that when we do see it on a whale, we can hopefully get better attribution of which fishery it came to. And then the last one, establishing the late season control date so that as a tool to help us implement limited entry later, or actually you folks, if that is the direction that is decided upon. Under crab biotoxin management, we have the mandatory electronic fish ticket requirement and auto adoption of evisceration enclosures, and then adopting the revised tri-state protocol and clarifying definition of fishing for season opening regulations. And all these draft regulations are in attachment 3 of your packet, and we would recommend that you adopt those regulations as is.
Okay, thank you, Kelly and Troy. We have 3 witnesses. I'd like to bring them up as a panel of 3. So when I call your name out, Colleen Weber, is that correct? Weiler, all right. Verdenberg, Joe Conchelos. Start with you. If you state your name and address for the record, you each have 3 minutes, and when you see the red light, please stop, or I'll allow you to sum up with your final thought.
Thank you. My name is Colleen Weiler. I live in Newport, Oregon, 426 Southwest Surf Street. Thank you, Director Melcher, Chairman Finley, and Commissioners for the opportunity to provide comments today. I'm here representing Whale and Dolphin Conservation, a nonprofit dedicated to protecting whales and dolphins. And as a federally appointed conservation organization to the Atlantic Large Whale Take Reduction Team, my organization is very familiar with the challenges of reducing whale entanglements, and we're encouraged to see Oregon and other West Coast states taking proactive measures to address this important issue. Oregon is home to many whale species, all of which are protected under the Marine Mammal Protection Act, and some additional populations that do forage off our coast, including blue whales and the California, Oregon, Washington feeding group of humpback whales, are also listed under the Endangered Species Act and in need of additional recovery measures to prevent extinction. Our coast is also home to a unique group of gray whales, the Pacific Coast Feeding Group, which remains around Oregon waters in the summer, and tagging data also indicates that the critically endangered western gray whale may also travel off our coast. While we are still learning about the habitat use and traveling patterns of these different groups of whales, we do know that entanglement is a significant threat to their survival. Entanglement is one of the leading modern causes of death for large whales, a death which is rarely immediate and often agonizing. Entanglements are complicated and can involve multiple body parts, including the mouth, flippers, and tail, and large whales with chronic entanglements can take an average of 6 months to die. Entanglements can impair feeding, causing slow starvation. They can cut through skin, blubber, muscle, and bone to cause amputations, severe infections, and bone lesions. They increase stress and energetic demands, and hog-tied animals cannot swim efficiently, may develop traumatic scoliosis, and whales that become anchored in gear that cannot break free will drown. Whales with chronic entanglements or dragging large amounts of gear may additionally experience sublethal impacts that impact their ability to successfully reproduce, which further limits population recovery. Preventing entanglements is important not only for individual welfare, but also for population health. In an endangered population, each whale is vital for survival and recovery. We are also just learning about how much we ourselves need whales. As ecosystem engineers, they modify their environment by transporting nutrients to surface waters and become carbon sinks when they die. There is increasing evidence that large, healthy populations of whales are vital to a healthy marine ecosystem and may even play a key role in fighting climate change and sustaining fish stocks. Entanglements are an incidental circumstance of an overlap between whales and fishing. No fisherman wants to entangle a whale or lose gear. Entanglements on the West Coast have jumped from an average of 10 per year to more than 20 in 2014 and 50 confirmed entanglements in 2015 alone. Yearly incidents have remained and are likely to remain higher than these endangered populations can withstand, and it is imperative that we take action now and implement precautionary measures to help whales and the fishing industry. Getting ahead of this problem in Oregon will avoid the unnecessary and horrific deaths of whales, as well as strict regulations that have sudden and unplanned for impacts on the fishing industry and the coastal communities relying on them. I have the red light, so I'll just summarize and say that we do support these recommendations to get gear marking. Identifying where entanglements happen is a significant data gap, and we do need to fill that gap. I would recommend adding line marking to the requirements. Buoys are only seen in about 2/3 of entanglement cases, and having line marked will help identify where these happen and help to develop meaningful and targeted conservation measures. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you. Mr. Furdenberg.
Hi, my name's Clint Funderburg, commercial fisherman out of Newport, Oregon. I wanted to touch a little bit on the proposed control date. That of all the fishermen I've talked to, I have yet to talk to one that is in support of this control date being put into effect right now. For one, we're already fishing under a limited entry program, and many of us have spent substantial amounts of money investing in this program to take part in it, to be left out of part of it when it was part of what we got involved in. And also it seems premature to go into a control date without knowing what you're setting a control date for. As far as I know, there hasn't been any criteria set towards what this would be for. You know, what are gonna be, what regulates this? Is it prior history of the permit, history of the person? When a permit transfers, do you lose this history? Who's gonna be excluded? Who's gonna be involved? Like personally, I risk being left out of a fishery I've been involved in the past because I just upgraded a vessel to a safer vessel for my crew to work on. I have no landings in 18 on this current permit that's on this vessel. So I would be excluded from a fishery I've been involved in the past. You know, when I already figured we were involved in a limited entry program. So setting a limited entry within a limited entry does not seem fair or right to the people involved in the industry. We understand there's going to be changes, and we've been trying to work good with ODFW on that through the working groups. We want to be involved. We know stuff in the industry is going to change, but I believe that anybody in the industry should have access to whatever these changes may be. So, thanks.
Thank you, Clint. Mr. Conchelos.
Mr. Chair, esteemed commissioners, thank you for hearing me this morning. My name is Joseph Conchelos. I'm a commercial fisherman out of Newport, Oregon. I'm also the president of the Oregon Coast Crab Association, and I'm also a licensed specialist in sea mammal and sea turtle disentanglement and resuscitation. I wanted to come and tell you guys today what you're taking these measures into mind, that these come with very limited to no industry input, depending on the measure. Discussions that I've tried to have in the past have been met with, it's a non-starter, we're not going to discuss it. You know, in an unrelated, completely unrelated topic, or an Oregon representative said that Oregon is a leader, or a trendsetter, if you will. I don't see why we should fold to what California and Washington are doing if we can work together with the commercial fishermen, the commission, and ODFW to come up with a less invasive, a less detrimental way to curb whale entanglements and let our fishery continue to operate where it's lucrative to us. Mr. Funderburg pretty much covered everything else I was going to say, so I'll say thank you for your time and thank you for hearing me out.
Okay, stay put if you would, panel. Commissioners, any questions? Okay. Commissioner Wall.
One of the comments that I read in the materials that we got was from somebody who is a crabber and said that what he heard from NOAA is if we don't come up with solutions, they will be imposed. And I do understand that the complexities and that there aren't good answers. But for both Clint and Joseph, what would you recommend instead of, like, what else, and very quickly, but what else, if that control date doesn't work, then what are you recommending? And Joseph, same for you, I'm sort of, what are you recommending?
My concern isn't as much with the regulations that will happen in effect. So far, we have seen ODFW work with us somewhat. Hopefully, we'll come up with things that work for everybody, keep us in business, keep us with thriving coastal communities and all that. But my big concern that I was stating is the control date itself excludes people that are already part of a limited entry program. And I just do not see the fairness in that or the reasoning for it. If we're going to come up with regulation, they should be fleet-wide, and the whole fleet that's part of the limited entry program should have access to the fishery, whatever state it may be in at the time.
I would say instead of looking at making a limited entry within the limited entry and gear reduction and all those things, maybe we can look at gear modifications, discuss it as a fleet, discuss it amongst the association, discuss it with you guys, ODFW, try to come up with something that doesn't entangle whales or that greatly reduces our risk. Taking away, you know, how there's no set number as to how many pots are being taken away. I know in Washington they're talking about a third, which would essentially drop a 500 pot permit to a 330 pots or a 300 to a 200. Especially at that time of year, there's a lot of guys that are already pulled out of the fishery, depending on the year, and it makes it so that with 200 pots, with 330 pots, or a 500 pot boat, it makes it tough to make a living. At that point, you're not catching as many crabs. You're trying to, you know, do what you can and get your season up, or get your season done. I'm sorry, I've been up since early in the morning, drank a lot of coffee today. So I would suggest maybe we can look at gear modifications or some other forms of mitigation other than gear out of the water.
Can I add something to that real quick?
Yes.
We do have a very good history as fishermen and working in these circumstances with gear modifications. We've done it in the past. I've been part of a pelagic longline fishery that's had issues with whale entanglements since about '03 and part of the take reduction team for that. And we've managed to keep that fishery thriving through the fishermen working with regulatory bodies to work towards gear mitigation measures that keep the fishery successful, less so than gear out of the water. Solve the problem instead of just putting a Band-Aid on it.
Commissioner Zarnowitz.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not understanding your explanation about how the control date will impact you.
Potentially right now, if you didn't, I mean, I don't know the whole ins and outs of what they have planned with the control date and what it's actually controlling, which is part of our concern, is we don't know that. But the way it looks right now is if you didn't have landings before 18, or if you transferred a permit, say after 18, maybe you would lose those landings that were on that permit. You wouldn't qualify for the fishery, say it was cut off or a pot restriction from April 1st or whatever, use the control date type thing, that you would no longer be able to allow to fish after that. You wouldn't qualify for the limited entry within a limited entry. So a certain demographic of the limited entry program would be excluded from participating in the fishery that they have fished in all along or intended to fish into when they bought into the limited entry program.
But at this point, the control date is just a placeholder for more discussions with the industry, is my understanding.
Right, but so how do you set a control date for something you don't know what you're setting a control date for? They could have potential ramifications for a large part of this fleet.
Thanks.
Can I expand on that real quick, because you're asking how it affects us? So one of the boats that him and I worked together, one of the boats that we have was purchased in June of last year, so June of 2018. Got a crab permit for it in September of 2018, and this control date, the first I saw it was in April of 2019. Now, we invested a bunch of money into a permit and a boat that is going to be extreme if this control date is used to make a cutoff, to make this limited entry within the limited entry. Invested a ton of money, just like everybody else did, but the cutoff is, you know, we won't qualify for that later season permit with that boat in particular. So while we made this huge investment, we lose half our season or better.
And it also creates instability in the market of the crab permits. You know, people don't know what your permit's gonna be worth. Is it gonna qualify for, you know, early and late? You know, it creates a lot of instability in the fishery by setting an open-ended control date. Nobody knows what the control date's really for at this point.
Commissioner Spellbrink.
Chair Finley, before I go any further, just for the record, I'm Commissioner Bob Spellbrink, and I declare a potential conflict of interest in issues affecting and relating to the Dungeness crab fishery. I was a commercial Dungeness crab fisherman for almost 40 years, and my business, Allied Marine Incorporated, owns an Oregon Dungeness crab permit, crab gear, and retains partial ownership of a 56-foot fishing vessel. Okay, that being said, you know, I have worked closely with Marine Resources through the years, probably over 20 years. I was involved in the limit entry plan. I was involved in the pot limit plan. I'm a past member of the Dungeness Crab Advisory Committee, and also a past member of the Tri-State Dungeness Crab Advisory Committee. So I've got a little experience. I've had or still own Dungeness crab permits in California, Washington, and Southeast Alaska. So I've got a little experience in fishery anyway. And I would, you know, I guess we can go a little deeper now, but just addressing the concerns. I mean, we have had control dates before, you know, right from the start, with the limited entry plan, with the pot limit plan. We've gone through all this same thing. There's always some people that are on one side or the other. There's almost always a group, and Kelly, maybe what's it called, that where people can that have a problem, they can go to this board, review board, isn't it? Right? They can apply to the review board for just special circumstances like this, where the review board consider the extenuating circumstances and then rule accordingly. So there is an avenue there also to address it, just like you're talking about.
Okay, thank you, Bob. Yeah, Commissioner Wall.
One more question. Colleen, you talked about line markings. Have those been tried somewhere else, or would we need to figure out how to do those if that was something we considered?
It has been tried to a limited extent on the East Coast. It's a very similar challenge over there with being able to identify gear and when and where entanglements happen. There's currently a recommendation to include line marking every 40 feet on the East Coast. So there's information and precedent.
Thank you.
Okay, panel, thank you very much for coming. Very
Thank you.
helpful. Okay. Please come back up.
Here, I have two questions for staff, and I don't know which one of you would be responsive to answer these, but we've heard some testimony there about public involvement and not being heard and those kind of things. And on one of your sheets on page 7, you talk about public meetings, industry notes, annual crab newsletter, tri-state Dungeness crab meetings, Origin Dungeness Crab Advisory Committee. I'm sorry, slide number 7. Excuse me. It's the one titled Additional Public Involvement. It's on my page, it's number 7. So it's page 7. So there we go. And then the director's report briefing, recreational crabber surveys, and then on my notes in the commission meeting packet, we talk about review with the crab biotoxin rules advisory committee. So we have, as Commissioner Spellbrink said, we have, there's differences of opinion. Do you believe that you've had significant public involvement to address this process and listen to the public? And I know there's always going to be pros and cons, but I'm trying to grasp the level of public involvement and the level of industry involvement that reached the conclusions that you've drawn here. So who would be able to address that question?
I can start. Thank you, Commissioner Labhart, Chair Finley, Director Melcher. I believe we have had significant input and discussions with the fleet, primarily discussions with our commercial Dungeness crab fleet. The bulk of these discussions have been through the Oregon Whale Working Entanglement Group. But alongside that, in terms of the broader outreach with the industry, I feel that through these additional measures that we've taken, outlined on this slide, that we've had significant outreach and discussions with the fleet on these. Primarily the recommendations that we have for you today on mechanisms to learn more about entanglement, so primarily gear marking.
Okay. Troy,
Yeah, I agree. I would say that we have had significant public involvement in this at a level as high as in any process that I've been involved in.
Okay, thank you. Second question, and I think I've talked to both of you about this online, but the commission received a letter from Craig Winrick regarding from the Pacific City Dory Fleet, and his letter addresses a concern about he's got a 200 pot permit and he fishes a 22-foot dory, and he has limited days during the time of the season to 2-week period to remove his gear, and he had some concerns there. Could you address that so at least publicly we can take care of that question that came out?
Yes, thank you, Commissioner Labhart, Chair Finley, Director Melcher. Craig Winrick's public testimony or public letter for the commission was in regards to a temporary regulation that was put in place that we implemented in July that was effectively removing a 2-week period after the commercial Dungeness crab fishery closes on August 14th every year, that allows 2 weeks after that time frame to allow gear to be removed, commercial Dungeness crab gear to be removed. We eliminated that through temporary rule as a mechanism to reduce risk this current season, this past season. So through temporary rule, we wouldn't be bringing that back to the commission for permanent adoption or recommendation for adoption until our spring package for deliberations, or after deliberations, further deliberations with our fleet on a full risk reduction package.
Okay, thank you. Oh, Troy.
I would just add to that, Commissioner Labhart, that we fully intend to investigate ways that we might mitigate this for small boats through discussions at our upcoming public meetings. Not real clear how we might be able to do that at this point, but we do have that on the agenda essentially.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Wall.
Follow-up question on that, if I could. Did we get them out by the 14th? I understand the issue that the small boat had, but did we get them out, and did things seem to work with that?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Wall, Chair Finley, Director Melcher. We did have significant communications with the Oregon State Police in terms of gear being removed from the water, and they did do a coast-wide survey of the entire coast with their seagoing vessel that documented very limited strings. Almost, I mean, I wasn't reported or aware of any strings of gear in their survey. So they can't cover every single segment of the ocean, but they felt that there was good compliance with that temporary rule.
Thank you.
Mr. Woolley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hi, Kelly. Could you talk a little bit more about the spike in entanglement observations beginning in 2015? Is that because of just better reporting requirements?
So NOAA suggests that the increase in entanglements beginning around that time frame is probably due to a number of factors. When it first, entanglements first spiked in 2015, we had significant coast-wide delays, primarily that affected all of California regarding domoic acid in the viscera of Dungeness crab, which all, as Troy mentioned in his issues of biotoxins, all 3 states didn't have an organized plan to address these. So in California resulted in delays from March all the way, in some areas didn't open until May. So there's some concerns that 2015 entanglements rates were exacerbated by that delay in opening and the chunk of gear getting a very high density of gear getting put in the ocean at that time when whales start coming off the West Coast. The subsequent years after that, we have not had that as a significant of delays in all 3 states, but we have still seen an increase. NOAA suggests that in addition to these shifting patterns due to season opening delays, that there's also been, based on changing ocean conditions, a switch in prey items that primarily humpbacks are shifting from krill, or there's shifting of abundance of krill to anchovies in these changing ocean conditions, and whales are moving in to areas that are rich in anchovies and feeding off those, which is coinciding and overlapping with larger areas of Dungeness crab fishing areas. In addition to what you also mentioned in terms of a third factor being based on these spikes, there's also been increased awareness to the public about this issue and is likely a contributing factor to more being reported.
Okay, a couple more questions. So I didn't see any economic impact analysis the impacts to small business in terms of any financial impact of implementing the mitigation measures. Usually often we've had that as a part of our packet, impact to small business. Am I missing that?
No, there should be a fiscal impact
Yeah,
statement
there was
included.
right. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So that should be attachment 2 is part of the fiscal impact statement.
Okay. Sometimes it's just embedded in right at the beginning, so I didn't see that. All right, thank you. And then so the answer isn't expected by us because it's not our jurisdiction, but so we had measures 1 through 3 to help trace the gear back to owners. So what happens next? So in terms of citation or consequences, and I know that's in federal jurisdiction, but when these are traced back to the owner of the gear, what are the consequences that occur?
Thank you. That's a great question. So NOAA has no intent at this point. I mean, there is harm being done based on these entanglements. NOAA doesn't have any intent on bringing personal liability for any of these individuals. The purpose of these is to glean information from the individuals of that gear to know more about where that gear is being set, when it was being set, to help inform more about when these whales are being entangled in gear and what type of gear they're being entangled in.
So even historically, then there have been no citations, fines, anything? Okay. And then my last question is, have there been mortalities observed in Oregon as a result of whale entanglements? And if so, are those documented and tracked?
So of all of the West Coast entanglements, there is documented mortalities of large whale species due to entanglements. Specific to the 12 documented with Oregon gear on them, I am not aware of if those led to being determined as mortalities or not.
I would just add to that NOAA uses a rate of 70% for serious injury and mortality on entanglement. So they use a broad application. It's not necessarily down to the individual level, but they use a kind of gross average to apply to the number of entanglements to come up with the number that were seriously injured or killed.
Okay. So you're saying that if there's a dead whale observed in Oregon, mortality as a result of entanglements, then we don't have there's not an actual record, there's just kind of an average that's
There is a record. They do keep records of that, but in terms of estimating how much serious and injury mortality there is due to entanglements, they use the average rate.
Thank you.
Mr. Spelbrink.
Chair Finley, I'd just like to take this opportunity to compliment Marine Resources because, you know, I've worked with them over the years and they bend over backwards to, you know, you've noticed from all the groups that are, the committees that are made, they work with the fleet very well. They don't hardly make any moves without, you know, the fleet knows in advance and you know, it's really good working relationship. As a matter of fact, you know, having fished in the other states, and I know a lot of those fishermen, really, the Oregon Marine Resources, the other states wish theirs were as good. You know, I think it sets a standard for the other states. It really does. Between the Marine Resources division here, their fine work, and then we have the Oregon Dungeness Crab Commission that's funded by tax on poundage. I mean, like I say, the other states wish they had what we had here. So I just wanted to compliment Marine Resources Department too. I think they do a great job.
Commissioner Wall?
One more question, and you don't need to answer it today, but going forward, it seems like today we've been talking about the open and closing the seasons or limiting the number of pots and record keeping so we can identify the buoys and lines and that sort of thing. But going forward, it would be really useful to know what the extent of what's the range of our authority? Are we limited to those two categories of things that we can do with the increasing number of entanglements that we're facing and seeing? It would be useful to know what the range of our possibilities are in terms of what we have the authority to even do about this, and then go from there. Thank you.
And thank you, Commissioner Wall, through the chair. Just in a quick response to that, we have pretty broad authority in the Dungeness crab fishery. Magnuson-Stevenson Act specifically says, and this is unique to this fishery, that it is a state-managed fishery. It's managed by the states. That said, NOAA does have the responsibility for managing whale populations, and that's why we have this nexus here. And we talk a lot about NOAA and NIMS authorities. And so we have pretty broad authority, and just you know, relative to what came up in public testimony there, you know, gear configurations and regulations are another avenue that we are looking at, and maybe part of our regulatory package that we bring to you in the future.
Mr. Spelbrink.
Chair Finley, one more thing, or maybe a couple more things. Anyway, on page 6, where it shows the Oregon Whale Entanglement Working Group, and has pictures there on the bottom of the slack line entanglements and the taut line. One thing I kind of don't understand, I brought this up at maybe one of the last advisory meetings I was at, and that is the fleet now has moved to almost entirely, other than the bottom shot, the shot that's on the pod itself, to sinking line. That kind of the last few years I fished, you know, all the line I bought was sinking, and most, I think, what the fleet is buying now, all their top shots are sinking. I guess I don't understand. So you would not have the picture that happens on the right there, because that sinking line now would be more straight up and down how it sinks. Like I say, I'm surprised that hasn't helped in the entanglement issue. because of the taut lines that sinking line will create. Yeah, and no one's really looked at that, I guess,
I guess I would just mention that there was a study where they use what they call line profilers to try and get looks at what that gear looked like under the water, and it in many cases does look something like the picture on the right, where if you have a little non-taut lines, you get kind of loops and it's kind of floating down under the surface, but it's not necessarily like a straight line going from the buoy down.
I have a question. Mr. Furterberg talked about the date being established, and I'd just like to hear your response to what he said about fairness in terms of where we draw a date line or how we explain it.
So I guess, thank you, Chair Finley. Yeah, I guess in general, control dates are meant to basically signal to a commercial fishing fleet that we are considering a limited entry program. And so if you decide you're going to go participate, in this case in the late season, that may not be considered in our limited entry program, because we want to prevent a situation where we actually have a perverse incentive of encouraging people to go fish at the time of year that is going to be riskiest for whales. And that's a common mechanism for implementing limited entry programs. It is often established before there's much meat on the bones of how that limited entry program is designed. That's pretty typical in my mind of how limited entry programs are often formed. We do have some definition on this one in that we've set it for the April through August season. And so it's only applying to that date range. I hope that answers your question, but.
I'm not sure.
Well, and I guess you asked last about fairness, and I think Commissioner Spellbrink kind of answered that. There's always going to be people on either side of that where, yeah, some people are going to be excluded from participation in any development of a limited entry program, pretty much.
Yeah. Well, I've done those things in the past, but I hope we bent over backwards to make sure that we just didn't, I don't want to use the word arbitrarily, but that we really did look at circumstances that would unfairly exclude someone.
Thank you, Chair Finley, and I would kind of go back to again what Commissioner Spellbrink said about having potential avenues to redress the situations as part of the design of a limited entry program, something that we can consider in designing that program. The date that we picked was because we had began those discussions about having a limited entry program. So the concern is that just the start of those discussions would encourage people to go fishing in the summer and build history, essentially.
All right. Any other discussion?
One other thing, actually, I reached out to quite a few fishermen and talked to the Crab Commission, what they'd heard, and let's say you're not going to make everybody happy, but I think overall the majority of the fleet supported this. And one thing I've noticed in the past, when we did the limited entry, when we did the pot limits, it was contentious, but when we finally got it done a year or two later, the majority opinion was, gosh, we should have done this earlier. Why did we wait this long? And then the next thing I have is one of the fishermen brought up that Washington, on their recreational fishery, I guess they sell red and white buoys, and Washington has. So I mean, that would be one way to specify if the gear was recreational or commercial. Because if a whale's dragging a buoy down the coast, you're not going to be able to get up close enough probably to read whose buoy it was and where it came from or their numbers or whatever, where if it was a red and white buoy like that, they would say, okay, that's from the recreational fleet. So that was another idea that somebody had that I told them I'd bring up.
Yep. Thank you, Commissioner Spellbrink, Chair Finley, Director Melcher. You are correct. Both Washington and California require gear marking in the recreational crab fisheries. Washington specifically requires red and white buoy. In discussions in developing the staff proposal for you today, we discussed that in terms of starting with that. We took the step of taking just identifying personal identification, but would be thinking about, those discussions moving forward to be able to differentiate between commercial and recreational gear.
Okay. Now, is there, let's make sure that we're comfortable before I call a question here. Let's have some discussions back and forth, and we still have staff as a resource. Is there, that you want to bring up between us and talk about something that's maybe still hanging out there? Commissioner Zarnowitz.
We might be able to shorten it to Z or something. Yeah. It seems like we've had a couple of good ideas for additional marking that don't seem like they would be particularly onerous to the fishing industry, with line marking. I don't know if we have to do red and white buoys for recreational as a rule, but something like that. I also think that if having the control date is an issue when we haven't thoroughly vetted it with the industry, that might be something to hold off on.
Bob, you didn't convince me.
My personal opinion is it's been pretty thoroughly vetted.
Okay.
You're never gonna have, I don't know that you'll ever get more agreement on it than you have now, but it has been, I think, thoroughly vetted.
And I think there's opportunity to be visited again, so.
And to address line marking, I think fishermen have not really interested in doing that. I mean, you ought to see the pile of line that goes on a Dungeness crab boat at any one time. You may be, you may have 60 fathoms of line or 80 fathoms of line on a pot, and then you may be knocking it down to 20 fathoms, and there's coils of line all over the boat. If you go look at the harbor, you'll see much line as a boat can pack on, and to mark each shot of line. Usually, depending on the boat's individual fisheries, they will have 20 fathom shots, 10 fathom shots, 15 fathom shots, all the different line lengths, and like I say, hundreds of coils of line. I'm not sure exactly what you do to really effectively mark those and with something that would stay there.
Okay. Would someone like to make a motion? I'll make a motion. I move to adopt the staff recommendation to OORs as proposed in attachment 3.
A second.
Okay, it's been moved by Commissioner Finley and seconded by Commissioner Woolley. All in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing none, it passes unanimously by the 7 commissioners present. All right. Thank you, staff. You did a really good job. We're going to take a lunch break, and we're going to have an executive session, which is provided for in statute, which I will read in a minute. But for your planning for the upcoming exhibits, particularly the hunting regs, we won't be back till 1:30. You plan your timing accordingly. I don't want you to not know. That's our best estimate, that we'll bang the gavel at 1:30. All right, I'm going to read this. The Oregon Fish and Wildlife Commission will meet in executive session. The executive session is held in pursuant to ORS 192.660, parens 2, parens F, and ORS 192.660, parens 2, parens H, which allows the commission to meet in executive session to consider information or records that are exempt by law from public inspection, and to consult with legal counsel with respect to litigation filed or likely to be filed against the commission. Representative of the news media and designated staff shall be allowed to attend the executive session. Representatives of the news media are specifically directed not to report on any of the deliberations during the executive session, except to state the general subject of the session as previously announced. No decision may be made in executive session. At the end of the executive session, we will return to reopen the public meeting. Best estimate for that is 1:30. All right.